Hey everybody, welcome to Ted's Wednesday Live modeling live. However, I want to say that. Yeah, welcome. Another edition, another week gone by. Today I'll be working on the group build that Brian's got going on for his channel. I'll be working on my 37.4 since I can't be on his live on Saturday night or on Saturday night. So I'll be working on mine tonight. Um, so yeah, anybody comes on in, I'll post a link to the page here. Anybody wants to join in? Just give me a minute. Oh, okay. Here we go. I'll pin that message to that link to the top of the chat. Anybody who wants to join in, more than welcome. It's like I got 3 watching. Nobody in the chat yet. There's Jeff. How you doing tonight, Jeff? Yeah. So far, it looks like it's just you and me for a minute, which is usually how these Wednesday nights end up turning out. Yeah, I think we got more like 3 watching. One of those is me because I got it up on my phone. Yeah, just slow and steady race, right? If anybody wondering, Amanda's at work, so she's will be at work till about 8 o'clock or so. Then she'll be home. All right, Jeff, I'll be here. Not going anywhere just yet. I got five in here watching. Welcome to those of you that are just joining in. Where's the one? Jeez. I don't know. Haven't heard from him yet, there, Jeff. He could be lurking though. There's Gary riding the wind. Good evening, Gary. What's happening? Hope you're doing well. Carbon fiber decaling. I have not done that at all on any of my cars. Yeah, hopefully somebody will join in here so you don't have to listen to me talk to myself. Sometimes I get into what I'm doing and don't say anything. And right now I'm cleaning up this frame for this 37 Ford pickup. Yeah, I'm sure he's laughing at us every day. Oh. Yeah, Gary, I got this McLaren that I had thought about, getting some of that carbon fiber for and doing the bottom of that because that looks like it's all carbon fiber pieces and stuff. And just one of those things I haven't got around to doing yet. Yeah, it looks everything that I've test fitted uh, together on that kit so far looks like it's going to go together real nice. Like I said, links pinned up at the top. If anybody wants to join in, feel free. Of course, now that I got to getting into working on this, I'll probably talk less and less. Let's see here. Um, yeah, couldn't find him when I was looking. And got 5 watching. Like I said, if anybody wants to join in, links should be pinned in the chat. Yeah, so my plan is eventually to get like another camera so that I got some, so I can do like an overhead of, what I'm working on because it's hard for me to, because I'm using my laptop to do this, so it's kind of tough to really kind of show what I'm doing because it's then I can't see the screen and what the camera's showing. So that's something that I'm looking into trying to make better. Thank you. My red light works well. Keeping up with me. Yeah, like I said, that's something I'm looking into trying to do, Gary, because I know not everybody wants to sit there and look at me all night. Gee, I hope you're not saying that I'm easier on the eye, because I don't think so. There's Jeff.
Yeah, wait till that YouTube chat catches up there. I know what it's like to sit in here alone for a bit. So yeah, we're going over my trip details for next month, and everybody wants my brother because obviously is only his daughter getting my niece getting married, and I'm going down just a few days before, and the day after the wedding, I'm coming directly back, and everybody's like, he doesn't want to drive 2 or 3 hours. Stay a smaller airport. I'm like, I am not getting on a effing small plane when them ever planes for anything in the world. I will not go. I'll take a damn train. What the hell is the name of that train company? Amtrak.
Amtrak. Yeah.
Uh, I mean, Washington D.C. is probably bad enough. I do not want to go to New York City in under any manner. Oh, I can do that easy enough, Gary.
Yeah. I have, been successful all my life of staying out of New York. It's just one of those places I'm like, man, no, I really don't want to go there.
Yeah, you know what, Gary? You're not even worth a half a finger. Just saying. So yeah, I got some. I've got to fix a few things on the cab. I'll show you.
Oh yeah, I think I
I got
posted a
this in.
picture on Facebook. Oh, you got it on primer?
Yep. And if you look at the back door, you notice something right about here. How that line's a little crooked, so I got to go in there and fix that.
Oh yeah.
Thanks to a number 11 blade. Either that or I just play it just one side only. So, still not sure fully what I'm going to go for color. It might be Gary Ride to win underwear brown streak.
See, I think I got the frame all cleaned up, ready to go.
Hey, Mark. I was trying to stay out of here so more people would come in, but it ain't working apparently.
No, it's just my ugly face nobody wants to see.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, I don't want to be at Penn Station in New York City under no circumstance unless I got a pew pew with me.
Right?
They want me to fly into this small airport in Stanford, just north of Orlando. I'm like, again, my brother is going to be so busy with all the wedding things and all the other family coming in. He just doesn't got time to drive down and pick me up. Nobody's going to. And I'm like, yeah. I already know his answer. So looks like I'll be stationed. I'll be getting laid over by Pappy's for an hour and a half or so, or an hour. And just after I get on the plane, I'm going to be sending pictures because I don't want. I'll wait till we're in the air or get into Jacksonville. Oh, lucky I didn't know you were there. Yeah, I'm lucky if I can stay up 10 to 12 hours before I need a friggin' 2-hour nap. Got idiots upon. I need to find a new place to live. The more I keep thinking about it, I'll check out my sister's land. Well, you sell me 5 acres, I can put a little tiny house on, and I can do that. You can do a 12 or a 24-hour build on your channel, Mark. You'd have a rotating amount of people coming in and out. So, and I got to have a talk with Serge. He was walking around without a shirt on last night. I'm like, yeah, that ain't cool. Then you're trying to flex like you're a Hulk Hogan dude. You got a bare belly only Gary Ride to Win would enjoy. He's a nice guy, but damn, oh. Now, if you go a 3-year build off, Mark, I'm all for that. I could probably do one in 3 years.
Yeah, I think I could take 3 years to build a wood boat too. Huh?
I'm just talking a model kit.
That too. I haven't completed a model kit since just before Acme.
Which
2 years ago.
2023.
Yeah, the year I got to meet you and Senior.
Oh, so you already met the other people before, like Rick and Fred and Brian.
No. I met all. That was my first show I'd ever gone to.
Cast of characters. It's funny you bring up shows. I was watching Auto Power today, and it was from 4 years ago. Show Circle City out in Indianapolis. A buddy of mine sold me an original Kenworth transit mixer, the cement truck, but it had
Yeah.
the torsion bar suspension, which the original kit came with. It's never been reproduced. And the new one doesn't have it either. It's basically got the same W925 rear end, which stinks. Hendrix one. And Tim interviewed him, and I've never seen the video until today. Looking at that kit, and then I heard the voice. I was at my table, turned around, son of a bitch. I know where that kit came from. You got to remember the whole time zone thing there, Mark. When you're a half hour, an hour above everybody, ahead of everybody.
Yeah, I think he's an hour. Mark's about an hour ahead of us.
I mean, hell, if you really think about it, Led Zeppelin's right. We're all people of we're all time and space travelers because we go back an hour, go ahead for an hour. So
Right?
just wish I could get the hour ahead tickets to get right across the line to get the hour after. Hey, look, I won. It don't work that way, unfortunately.
No.
I looking over that chassis. There's not. I doesn't seem like there's much of the line of mold lines.
So is Bob out of town or something?
No,
I know you.
Bob had a
Yeah, I know.
model club meeting last night.
Had a what?
He had a model club meeting.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh.
That's why I figured he was had some prior engagement probably because he's usually on Wednesday night.
Yep. Matter of fact, I'm going to a show this morning. Not this morning. Jesus, Saturday morning or Sunday morning.
Oh, well, let's see. Oh,
April 12th, which is Saturday. Yeah, they got one up there. Hopefully, thanks, reminds me. I gotta go look to see where that's at. Hopefully, located right now. I want to know why mail coming to New Hampshire went from Arkansas to Oklahoma, although they're close together. They can get that from Oklahoma to here in 3 days. I'll be mighty impressed. I doubt it, but. And there's, speaking of the shirtless wonder, Serge.
hey, Serge.
Serge, no more trying to flex on camera. You got Gary a little excited, especially with no shirts on.
So
Pretty soon I'll be getting up at 6 a.m. just to go friggin' ride a lawnmower all day and go, God, I hate this. And fall gets here and goes, well, shit, winter's here. My buddy knows I'm pretty much done doing winter. My body can't take that. What happened? You took your shirt off and you started flexing and got Gary all excited.
Yeah, I just messaged you a picture because I don't know how to get it onto my computer to share it.
Did she send it on Facebook or?
Yeah, I sent it on Facebook.
Okay. Uh, okay. Stream present. You're gonna have to say. Oops, wrong one. There you go. Now you're gonna have to okay it. So.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, that is what I'm planning on. The look I'm going for this. I think that's the look I want.
Geez, a picture. Oh, never mind. That's
Hey,
kid.
you sent me those pictures.
Like, oh, all right.
So
There
yeah,
you go.
there's the look I'm going for the 37 Ford pickup.
Yeah, that's stuff we don't do on camera because we do have women and children looking. There's no disrespect to you, but
Yeah, this is a family show for God's sake.
well, as family as they can, even
Oh yeah. I mean, even though it's mostly adults that are watching, but you never know when grandkid or child or anybody's looking over their shoulder.
Yeah. So don't I. There we go. Had some guy just tell me I'm gonna sell my whole collection. I'm like,
There it is.
that guy wants to tell me this whole collection. I'm like, well, we'll see.
Yeah, yesterday Amanda, came home, wasn't feeling well, so I ran out to the store and got all the ingredients I needed to make her some chicken noodle soup.
Good. So she
So
basically,
when you texted me last night that you were doing a live, I was like, I'm in the middle of cooking this soup.
you're really not. They didn't. I don't know of anybody that would make a wide body kit for something like that. There could potentially be one for a fleet side, but I've never seen a wide body for a step side. You could make your own fenders and make them wider, or cut the inside out and tub it. There's again, that's something several people on YouTube have done. You'd better off watching them. I don't know. And you got some comments there in the thing, so I'd highlight them, but I've already got a piss poor attitude at my other job. And tell Amanda, I understand it. There's cases of anal glaucoma at work. I can't see my ass staying here the rest of the day.
Yeah, Mark, that Camaro is my dad and my uncle used to drag race that Camaro back in the 70s. And mid 90s, my dad got it back, or didn't get it back, got it from my uncle because it was just sitting, and him and I rebuilt it to what you see in that picture. Car is still around, is still up in Michigan. We don't drag race it anymore. Put it back on the pretty much put it back on the street and go to car shows and stuff like that with it.
Third, you don't want to use a heat gun. No. Take a pill bottle and cut it off to the size you want it. Then you could take sheets of styrene and cut them to the size. You use a heat gun, you're looking at melting that kit.
Yeah, that's a lot of heat in a hurry.
And we don't need you to burn your place down. That's the last thing we need.
No.
I mean, we seen Jonathan what he did when he heated up his car and went through a kit to do a back half on a pro street going. Oof. Oh. I do think I got a color I'm going to use. It's going to be a tan. I don't know if I want to go with a blue or a metallic type cut. Hold on a second, Serge.
Yeah, see, Mark, just so you know, when they were drag racing that, they were running mid-10s. They were running mid-10s on 10.5-inch tires and a small block.
Third, you can use these as a buck. I think Fred did a thing on them. I don't need these. I need another one. You could, but it's going to take a lot more work than you realize. Mark? Ted, can you highlight the comment that Ride to Win just put up?
Yeah. Yep.
I think Jimmy did. Little Jimmy did something on ones, but the big thing people don't realize is you got to cut it just right so you can get that to blend in. Body putty, plastic sprue glue, put it around it so it fills it in.
So did he actually use that airbrush last night or
No,
no?
boy,
Oh,
oh boy, that's a good. It's good to see the hobby do this for the younger builders.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, last I seen it, who was it was helping him get it put together?
Lieutenant Diane,
Lieutenant Diane.
Dan, Dan's from Indiana, so yeah. Easter weekend, you're gonna get Easter weekend off, Ted?
Oh hell no!
I was gonna say
I,
there is.
I I don't get any weekends off.
Oh, that's right, because you work weekends. Work Monday through Friday. Work 8 hours, go home, have more time to do things. Oh no, you'd have
I
to give
do
up
have
all your other
I
hobbies.
I do have more time to do things on
Besides,
Monday through Thursday.
thanks. It reminds me, I got to get Telvis Derby. Kevin Smith said he couldn't find that your channel, so I had to.
He was on my channel before, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Thought
Kevin.
he was in our live last week. Or in the live last week, I thought he was in there.
There he is. No, 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 no. I only did last week because Teddy was running behind.
Yeah. No, I wasn't running behind. It was Amanda's schedule that I was trying to work around.
Yeah, miss. You can block me all you want, Kevin. I grew up a true Gen Xer. I everything in this life has been self-taught. You can block me all you want; it will not bother me. I don't know why you. The only person it bothered was you. The thing is, you just couldn't see what I was saying, but I could see every comment you were saying. That's where you screwed up.
Whoopsie.
I just wish that live would have been Bob's live last night. I think people would have seen so much. Oh, let me go look, see how many views we got on that. Gee, 70 views from last night. And, I'd say switch to Friday nights, but, you can't. How can I say this in the right manner, Kevin? Life is too short to sit there and worry about stuff like that. Don't worry, I know your address too, and I will make sure he sends you an autographed one. Maybe his Vienna sausage as well. I still got to figure out what scheme I'm going to paint this. I'm still thinking coming down off. I don't know if you saw this last night or not. Coming
No,
off
I didn't.
that chalice, then maybe crossing it over at the bottom, then coming out, go with the darker blue, start at the top, comes to the bottom, and reverse it. But I'm going to have to cut. Everybody's like, well, you should have cut the chassis first. Well, no, not really, because come on, get out of the way. We'll see. Bob was only an emergency thing. Bob has once a month he goes to his model club meeting. So Cliff is every Monday. Bob is a Tuesdays except for when he has a thing. Wednesday is Ted. Thursday is AMC. Friday there's really nobody. Saturday is Brian. Sunday sometimes it's me. Sometimes it's Bob.
And don't forget on Thursday night too, Sarge does that.
Wednesday night he does his.
Or Wednesday night he does the
Wreck Fest.
The Wreck Fest. Yeah. Which I thought I saw that pop up that he was getting ready to go live here in 30 minutes or something. A little bit ago, I saw it.
And Bob says if he's got
because I've been doing that. After I'm done with this live, I'll jump in there if Cliff's still on and say hi and give him a thumbs up and a like. And
I do the same thing. I just was over there and gave him a thumbs up.
Oh, he is live already? Yeah.
Feel kind of obligated to come over here and help you because I'm the one who convinced you to do it. So.
No, that and I like talking with you, Jeff. Oh.
Oh, because oh no, you like talking to me because then you come off a lot smarter.
Thanks. I'll remember that. Just when you're getting ready to fly, I'm going to send you some pictures.
Don't, for God's sakes, please. I've already got anxieties about it. It's like everybody wants me to fly out of this. They want me to fly out an airport later. I'm like, look, I can get a later in the day flight. That's not a problem. I don't know why. I'm used to the morning flights. Night flights are better, they said, though. So, because there's less traffic, less air travel.
And there is, because especially after 9 o'clock, that usually most stuff is coming in, landing, and it doesn't. The air traffic doesn't seem to be as much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. I can get out of Burlington, but one ride they want to go from here to New York with a CRJ 900, and I'm like, yeah, I do not like them planes. I've been told they ride rough as heck.
The CRJ 900s, the 900s aren't that bad. It's the 200s that are rough.
Well, I was just basing on what you told me, dear Theodore.
Yeah. No, I didn't say the 900s were rough. I said stay away from them Embraers.
Yeah, the
Those
ones that,
things are junk.
yeah, I'm
I
like,
don't like those at all.
and there's two places, and that's why I told you last night, Kevin, I would fly into Akron because that's the size of plane, and I will not fly on it. It's bad enough. I've got to get on the 800. It's not a Max, so the 800s are bad enough. The Maxes, but they're a little smoother. But I love the 737 700s.
Yeah, those are nice. The other ones that aren't that bad um, is the Embraer 190s because those are getting pretty close to the size of the 737.
They just, the bigger planes, I feel safer on. But I mean, I want to try to stay away from DC area as much as possible.
Oh yeah,
I'm
flying into DC sucks.
I'm used to flying into Baltimore, and I know my way around. I know they're fixing the airport, but it's still one of the easiest airports to you navigate through. Kansas City changed theirs, and I'm like trying to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go. Birmingham, I was surprised. It was easy. The ease of getting in and out of there for a city that size. I mean, I'll fly out. I'll probably end up flying out of Burlington, and go fly from here down to because I'm usually good for about 2 hours. Technically, when I flew from Baltimore to Kansas City, it was a 3-hour flight because they take an hour off and then you add an hour. That whole stupid shit. So I really call it 2 hours. They negate each other. Actually, if my body could hold up to it, I'd love it, but it would kill my kidneys. Even a Softail would kill my kidneys. Plus, never mind all the idiots in cars who think they own the road. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know exactly what you
And
mean.
every highway I'd be on, I'd have to have a window shield because otherwise you're going to get stuck right. You don't ever want to be on a Sportster and be next to a trailer truck because you better know how to drive because that thing will suck you right in. Teddy, can you name the five? Can you name the 5 seasons in northern U.S. Weather?
The
For
5
main roads,
seasons?
for the main roads, not the back roads. That's a whole different season. That's a season unto itself.
I have no idea, Jeff.
There's spring, winter, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Okay, and then there's pothole seasons, Gary.
Yeah.
I've had potholes around here. They could swallow Kevin Smith whole.
Yeah, Michigan is very well known for its potholes. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, I've got 2 great airports. One I chose not to go out of because I couldn't get parking because my flight would have got in at midnight, and I will not have my friends come pick up. So I probably fly. It's 45-minute ride from my house, so I don't have to be there until like 5:30 and get in the airport and get my luggage on the plane, and bam, gone. 3 hours later, or 2 hours and 55 minutes. I'll be sitting in Freddie Land, Snappy Pappy Land. And I was gonna say if I was stuck there for 3 hours, I'd literally go outside. Although that airport is one of the busiest in the world.
Well, Atlanta?
Yep. And I'd text Fred, hey, your maple syrup's here, hand it to him, talk to him for a few minutes, and try to figure out how the hell to get back in the airport because I hate TSA. They're most useless. They're the single most useless overpaid government officials in history.
I was going to say he should have a cider badge. He could probably tell him what gate you're at. He could probably get in there.
I want to fly over Augusta area because I want to flush it just as I'm going over Brian's house. I wish he could have got the time off to come down and hung out at Jackson where we're staying. Cause 9 bedroom house, I'm like, damn, dude, I could talk my brother into this. I'm like, instead of hanging out with y'all, I can just hang out with Brian. Go to see Tom White and a few others. And go to the wedding Saturday and get on my plane, come home Sunday. And Kevin, I'll tell you what, I have everybody that rides with me on the airplane hates me because I always take 2 cans of what the hell's that stupid ass shit? There's a spray deodorant there. One with a stupid commercial, they said use this and people smell you and they'll love you. No, I can't think of the name of it. Give me a second. Oh,
It's not Axe, is it?
yeah, it is. It's Axe. Because they get pissed off when I will literally sit outside the Manchester airport to get myself into the building. I will usually smoke. I'll check my luggage in, head back outside and smoke damn near a pack of cigarettes. Yeah. Kevin Smith, Kevin, if it's the Chachi Scott Baio, yeah, he is a contradiction to himself. Damn, I can make a lowrider semi-10. Check this out. I just looked, and if I can find the right somebody to make me artillery wheels for this size, a semi, don't tell me that. Tell me that wouldn't be badass looking right there. Obviously, just not small.
Yeah, obviously not that small. I think it needs to be a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and how many girlfriends did he run through being a non-Christian? People are like, well, I can repent my sin. You only got one chance to repent. You better not keep repeating the bad behavior. But hold it. I'm sorry, I cannot discuss that. There's 2 things on Ted's Live you cannot discuss: politics and religion.
Nope.
And I have no power to boot. Well, technically, I do have the power to boot you, but if you're banned, it's not because of me. Because the big boss is when she gets home, if you piss her off, then it's all game, Kevin. Then all fun and games until the dirt is pissed off. And she will go full Red Foreman on you. She will put both her feet in your ass. Yeah, no. Might want to look that up. I'm not saying the man didn't change it because better, Kevin. I didn't say that. Hey, Ted?
Yes, sir.
So if I make it down there and I get to see you, I'm going to bring something for you, and you have to share with your better half if he's still making them. Nothing is, all ingredients are bought from distributors, and nothing's bought in the store.
Ooh.
You got that one? You
Oh,
got.
yeah, I'm sure she'll like those.
Hey, you won't get none, will you? Then I got another one. This he charges more because this is a fancy box. But there you go.
Oh yeah.
No, no, Kevin. A real man does things
But,
with honor and integrity. That's
but
the difference.
I was gonna say around here that I don't even think that would last an hour.
Yeah, Durr would be in happy. I give some to my friend Judy, and Pat's like, "Well, they ain't gonna do nothing." I looked at her. I said, "It's gonna put her in a happy mood." The next day, I said, "Well, did you like your chocolate bar? Yeah. How was Judy after she had her chocolate?" She shut the fuck up. I was like, "Yeah, because I'm right."
Jeff left me. I didn't even realize he left. I've got to talk to myself again. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I had to kind of use the Kevin. I'll tell you what. She would never go back to a Lindor after having one of these. And I've gone by the Lindor factory right in Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a like I can't tell you how many semi warehouses for load and unload goods. Most of them are empty. Hey Dan, how you doing? The link is posted at the top, Dan. That's the gentleman who, along with Gary, did some unbelievably wonderful stuff for a young YouTuber and builder. Tip my
Yeah,
hat.
yeah,
I tip my
yeah.
hat to you.
I saw that last night. I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, no,
Not,
Kevin.
now I
Yeah.
don't have to. Now I don't have to try to compete with Jimmy's rattle cans.
I love the fact that you and Bob both did some with that. And again, not everything is for everybody or every person is meant to be around everybody. That's just a fact of life. My problem is the people that come up and think they know it all. But the big thing is Jimmy's got to want to do it too, and I think he's scared that he's not going to keep up with what he's doing, and he's just got to learn that it's one step at a time, little by little, until he gets the true hang of it. Hey, Red, how are you doing tonight, sir? And if you would please
Hey,
smash the like
Red.
button, Eddie. Yes, he does. And just think of how much he could do with a finer mist coat of paint without losing the detail. It's just they see a lot of good in him, and now they're trying to get the very not for him to be what they want, but to be the best builder for himself. And that's what that's about. It's not you have to do this or you have to do that, but I am with Dan that he needs to. And the thing is, I just don't want him getting discouraged and feel overwhelmed. And I'll tell it, Ted, you went to Acme in 2023. That was your first meet. Do you wish you'd gone to a smaller regional show before you went
Um,
there? Sensory overload, or
No, I don't think I would have had as much fun. It may have turned me off to it. It's going to a smaller or a lesser type of. I'm not saying that they're smaller or that they're lesser, but maybe something that's not as popular in my opinion, or it's people's opinion. But
and that's the
I mean,
thing, Kevin.
I got home, and Amanda goes, "Did you have a good time?" I said, "I want to go again."
We just got to get you to bring her one time without anybody knowing she's going to be in there. Just hike
Oh,
her off the
good.
bill and walk up to Fred and say, with a barrel or small barrel, and say, "Now you can start paying up." just to look,
Right.
just to look on Fred, Brian, or Jimmy's face, priceless. We joke and banter, but at the same time, we will all help each other. And Kevin, are you going to take any pictures of that closet this week? You're right, Kevin, but sometimes it's also to go in, full bore as well. Not all the time, sometimes. I went in full bore and been happy with it at times and mad at it at times, and everybody who airbrushes goes through the same thing until they get their system down pat.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like when I started using the airbrush, I definitely wasn't very good at it. That's for sure.
Well,
But then over time, I mean, I bought. Um, I think I got it off of Amazon, and it came as a whole kit. It was a compressor.
the master.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was a compressor, and it came with 3 different size airbrushes.
Yep, that was the master setup,
Yeah,
or they call them different names, but same company.
yeah. So you couldn't interchange, the needles and the needle caps and stuff like that on it. And it took me a while to get used to it. And once the more I started using it, the more I started getting used to it, and figured out, hey, I don't like this dual action trigger type. So I ended up going with um, I have
I mean, a lot
what
of
is it?
people knock the
The
Patrick.
TR, yeah, the TRN2. I got this one, which I really liked. And that worked really well for me. And then
That's
I
the
think
other part.
last year I bought the swallowtail. And it's got the fan tip and all that stuff in it,
I'll
and
trade you
I
some
really
dry.
like that one. That one works really well.
Trade you a dry kit for it.
What kid for it?
Dry car.
For which one?
No, I've got a gallery trigger brush as well. Um, Kevin, that's the thing is a lot of people today aren't exposed to the modeling stuff, so that's why you don't see the interest.
There's Dan. How you doing, Dan?
Evening.
I don't know if you and I have ever been on a live together at the same
I don't.
time.
I don't think so. Somebody, I think Gary or Brian or Gary, somebody gave me your link a couple days ago.
Ah, okay, all right.
So
Yeah, 'cause I know I've been in the chat when you've been on a couple of different lives, but I don't think I've been on. Like last night, I was, the wife wasn't feeling well, and I would cook some chicken noodle soup for her, and
nice.
I popped on for a little bit, So
What?
I got left out. You were showing Jimmy how to put that airbrush together.
Dan, there's one thing here with this, the Saturday nights, if you swear, you have to pay Amanda a cuss-jar fine.
She's not
And
here
if you
yet,
don't-
so you're good.
What name do you go by in the chat, Ted?
What's that?
What name do you go by in the chat?
Teddy O'Mail, Mail.
Ted, yeah.
We stick people with nicknames. I call them Mail or then Teddy O'Mail.
Who was in there with us last night? Is it Serge? Sarge? What does he go by?
Serge.
I watched back. I was bored at work today, so I watched back the live from last night, and
Oh Lord,
I couldn't hear him on my computer. I could hear him better watching the replay, but he asked him. I felt bad because he asked some questions. I never heard him ask it.
Yep, he's here tonight. Serge, just remember to leave your shirt on when you come in.
Oh, this is what I was working on this last night. I actually stayed up a couple hours after the live was over, and kind of got it mocked up just to motivate me a little more.
You might want to highlight that comment for Lieutenant Diane to read.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, you didn't even need to ask who was making this comment.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Gary's too scared to get in here because I think Secret Service is looking for him.
That from a guy that who said his primary ride should be Jimmy Oleum Ride to Win Jr.
Jeez.
Well,
today we came in, I called him Ride to Win Senior.
Yeah, you know why I did that is his. I probably butchered the pronunciation of his real name, but it sounded close enough. It sounded close enough to Ride to Win. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go with that.
There's good builders in here, and more importantly, they're good people, and they will do everything they can to help you. He wants to get into making. He wants to Pro Street his '37 Ford pickup.
Oh, nice.
He was like, "Well, there's a wide body kit. I don't know if they got a wide body kit for that, but." So come on in, Serge, and talk with the guys and ask questions. And if we think it's stupid, we'll just laugh at Gary Ride to Win Senior.
Oh, that's right. Jimmy said he was going to be working tonight, didn't he?
Yep. So we can mark ourselves safe.
Yeah, I think Jimmy usually gets home like sometime between 9:30 because he'll usually hop in and be in the chat for like the last half hour, 45 minutes we're in here.
I couldn't believe it when I was in North Carolina a few weeks ago. Friggin' most every restaurant and every place was shut down by 9 o'clock. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is a crappy city.
I had to get used to that when I moved to the Indianapolis area. It's like, coming from LA, everything's 24/7.
Yep.
Oh, you live up in Indianapolis, huh?
Yeah,
you're only about two hours away from me.
I moved here last year.
Eddie, how fast can we get Kevin Throne out of here tonight? I can get you a box of chocolates for Amanda. You know what happens when she has her endorphins released? She's happy. I was in Morganton, just outside, about 30 miles west of Newton Hickory area.
All right, quiet. We're in trouble.
Hi, Durr.
Now, do you want to explain to me?
Hey, Durr, do me a favor. Come over to the camera for a minute. I'm going to show you something. I got to go get it.
I'm scared already. I got to go. Look at the time. Look at the time. I got to go. Ted, nice to meet you.
Hold on.
Hold on. Wait,
Now look,
plugs it away.
Oh, shoot. Okay, so when I come down there, if everything works out right, can you see the camera?
Yep. I see caramels.
Okay. I can open the box so you can see them.
I was gonna say it's all washed out from your light.
Woo!
Okay. Or do we go with the fancy box of mixed stuff, which has got raspberry cream, orange cream,
See-
lemon?
Kevin Smith's got it right. Gotta love that Durr. Who's Dana?
See, this is how I keep out of getting cussed out. I explained to Dan, if he comes in here and he swears, you will show up with the cuss jar money because she's only like a state or two away.
Serge, I wash my hair in ice cold water, and I only wash it with like shampoo and stuff once a week.
No.
Serge asks how I keep my hair so pink.
Oh,
Yeah, Serge claims he's
And the
asking
blood
for
of
his girl.
infants.
in the blood of infants.
He claims he's asking for his girl, but he wants to do that himself.
That's fine. Plus barrel.
That's barrel.
And for Fred it's a crushed cruise ship. Crushed cruise ship.
Look at all this
That would
glue.
be an interesting cruise.
And
Oh,
you know,
what
there's
glue?
only one thing worse than being
Yeah,
to pay the
It's-
cuss jar fine.
it's Mod Podge. Mod Podge.
There's one guy in Ohio and one papa that have been on the whiteboard. You don't want to ever be on the whiteboard.
Like,
I'd
I
like
don't
to-
turn the heat on, Serge. Like, I turn that water completely to cold when I wash it. So I'm in the shower. And I take the shower head and I'm washing my hair like this.
She has to take
The
cold
bleach-
showers, otherwise she gets Freddy hot flashes.
The bleach, I use a 40 volume and I don't keep it in for very long. I just leave it in until my hair looks like it's blonde enough.
Don't worry, she doesn't dye
Oh,
Ted's
yep.
big hair, but Ted's field of play, she dyes denim pink.
One of these days you're going to wake up
Oh,
with pink streaks in your hair.
I just got it.
Or I'm going to use your comb on my hair and not get all the pink out of it before.
Instant.
I'm sitting there like, what is he talking about? Field of play. Oh, I need to know that.
The ball field.
I got ice water in my veins.
I'm telling
This is
you,
what happens when you call me over here and I just got home.
we need to get you to act.
This is a family show.
You're
Hi, Lily.
she's the patriarch of the family, so we just do what Dara says. We get along. We don't have no problem.
That would be
You're
the
on your own.
matriarch.
Patriot.
I don't think that was a mistake on Jeff's
Oh.
part.
I don't have a peen.
No, the only reason we call him the patriarch is because you let him be.
It also depends on the pink that you're using, Serge. I use Good Dye Young, and I like what's it called? Lunar Tides. Those are the two best pinks that I found so far. That stay like this pink is phenomenal. It's been staying in for a while. This is Good Dye Young.
Ooh.
Hey, this ain't how to dye your hair Wednesday.
Serge is asking me questions, and I can answer them, and I'm here to help.
Those aren't modeling questions.
Hey,
I could be a
don't-
model.
I better.
I'm
show
just
him
kidding, Serge. You ask away.
Good Dye Young has a hot pink, and then Lunar Tides has one that's called it's not lychee. I think I can't remember, but it's UV reactive. So if I turn on a UV light on my hair, it glows in the dark.
Hey, Ted, could you highlight the comment from Kevin Smith?
Oh God.
Oh, God.
Nice knowing you, Kevin.
What's Carl Rove?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Is that supposed to be a compliment or not?
Let's ask Kevin.
Kevin! Here, I'll get it.
No, you're on your own, Kevin. I'm not going to explain to her who It's the subject we're not allowed to talk on here. Oh, because the only Karl Rove I know is the politician one. So you might.
He's a pundit. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Nice knowing you, Kevin.
That's one tick for the shit box.
Hey, I thought we weren't supposed to be swearing.
See, I'm allowed to because I have the cuss jar, and therefore I'm taking money out of my own pocket by cussing. It's
I'm
fun.
over here trying to be all light. Starting to feel oppressive.
See,
No,
they don't even know I'm over here getting naked.
And we don't need to know.
Which is
Let me
probably
show
a
you
good
a
thing.
couple of. Dan, give me a second to show you a couple of things she's done.
I know it's only
Obviously, you know the nickname I got. Well,
Lady
Let me
Fafa.
Kiko. Goodbye.
A long time ago in a galaxy
Far, far away.
okay. Now, if you've been around long enough, you knew how much we all love Senior. And there was a picture, and there was a comment I'm not going to get into after this photo was taken. This is her work.
Wow. So talented. So beautiful. Wow.
And trust me, when I opened this, I didn't know this was going to be in there. Everybody else but me knew. I wept. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, actually, only me and her knew. Nobody else knew.
Nobody knew.
Nobody knew.
Except the guy at my office because I had to print out the picture that I used for reference.
It's not what Jess claims. But we like to call her a mini dur. But she said we did 3 that were similar. Fred, me, and Brian.
Chocolate
That
chip or
is-
raspberry cheesecake?
You
Chocolate
can see
chip,
my-
duh.
See what my fingers
I got-
pointing to.
She brought me a cookie.
That's because she's such a good boy.
No, not.
Yeah, you're not.
Don't pet him because then he'll want a cold shoulder. Shower. Jeez.
Panties. Look for his panties.
Yes, Dur is very artistic. she
And
loves it.
autistic.
Did you say autistic or artistic? You may be right on both counts.
He is right on both counts.
Hey, Jeff, did I see you early in the stream yesterday? Was that a 71 Olds you had on 442? The reddish
And there's
color?
Bob. How you doing this evening, Bob?
We have this one. Hold on.
What's going on, Bob?
How are you tonight?
Oh, that looks like my favorite car on the table. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a
I'm
Firebird?
doing good, Bob. Good to see you again.
Hey, it's Bob.
You too.
Bob.
Hey, Amanda.
What is that, Jeff?
That's a 70 to a 72 Olds 442.
Okay, that's what I.
Did you say
Does it look
Olds?
like that?
Olds.
I did their
Olds.
Bell 71 not
Oldsmobile.
so long ago.
I had to finish this at lunch.
What's that?
It's a Piata.
I don't remember if I showed you this one,
You should
Jeff.
try a bite, see if you like it. You don't have to like
Oh,
eat
I
it.
know what you may have seen, and if you're rewatching our lives, I'll get to
The grill looked familiar.
Yeah, the grills 69 through 73 stayed pretty much the same. The only thing that
I
changed
love-
was the taillights and the rear
Is
rear
this a
quarters.
kit? That ain't the kit you were thinking of, was it?
No, but man, that's.
Oh! This is my old four.
Why is there wiener skin on it?
Yeah, that was it.
The
Because
Buick
it's what
GSX.
Claire ate for dinner.
Oh, the GSX. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Kevin Smith special color
I
flame
don't
and
have a
mortar.
GSX in my stash. I need to get one. I thought it was this. I don't know if I ever showed you this 442. I did this last year.
The first car I showed you was the first one I ever airbrushed.
I did a cheater tub on it. I didn't actually tub it out. I just cut the wheel wells out. But this car is amazing that I even finished it because I had a little dab of glue got on the trunk. I already had the windows on and the decals and cleared and everything. And when I went to remove it, the clear went all the way through to the plastic or the debonder. I had to tape off and strip the trunk off, but only to a point because I had decals on it down to the bare plastic and repaint it. I had this huge ridge here, and I was amazed I was able to get it to blend. I mean, I had the window, everything was on it. It was ready. Just all I needed was wheels, and it was done. I put it away for like 8 months because I couldn't bring myself to take it back out after doing that. But yeah, so this was an excellent model. I think there's some new Revell tooling in fairly.
Yeah, I got a young kid from Illinois looking for his holy grail is a Javelin. I'm not giving up mine. Gave one up, and I really wished I kept it. Was the George Fulmer Trans Am version.
I haven't seen that one. That GTO I've never seen that you showed, and that looks pretty sweet too.
Yeah, that's
Bob's working on.
I'm working on my.
I'm working on a Firebird.
Firebird, okay.
69 Firebird.
Okay, Bob, do you want to explain to Ted how to make somebody a managing moderator? So I could just.
Oh, you just right click on their name and it'll come. It'll.
Oh no! He has to make me kind of like what I do with Brian. Make me part of the show. You'll have to send me an email or inviting me.
Yeah, that's. I don't know.
Join your team because you can even under the free one you can have two.
Give me a second. I'm in the booth for a second.
Okay. There's the most. I hope we did you justice last night, Bob.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
And I will state, Bob's probably the most underrated builder on YouTube that people just don't give enough prop to.
By the time I got home at 8, you were starting to wrap it up, so I just didn't even bother to come on.
And we finished a little after 10 my time, which is 9 yours.
Yeah. I got home about 8:45 and had ate my what did I have last night? Baconator.
There we go. There would be a good thing for we all chip in and give Bob some gas money. He can go over and spend a few hours with Jimmy, helping him set up everything and learning. Bob's pretty damn good airbrusher.
I can't commit to anything right now.
Yeah, obviously, yep, we know so. And Bob is actually a really nice human being, unlike me. And I will tell you Bob's secret ability that most people don't know. He's fast as a goddamn ninja. I literally at Acme was looking at him. I turned around, I walk out, and Bob walks with a cane. And Bob is out in the lobby. I'm going, how the hell did he get out here this fast? Was he freaking teleporting himself? Literally, I'm serious. I'm like,
When Bob says it's time to go, it's time to go.
yeah.
No, my back was hurting, so I kept walking the whole day. Because every time I sat down, my back would tighten up.
Oh yeah.
So I'd sit for 20 minutes
that.
and then I'd get up and walk for an hour and then sit down for 20 minutes, get up and walk for an hour. Kind of the same thing I got going on now. Or when the weather gets bad, it's really bad.
So now I got to find a 69 GTX that Shirley's saying that kit's, most of you can get a lot of them. Don't go to eBay for them. I can go to shows and get it for $60. And that Dan is sending a bunch of pro scale paints to Jimmy as well. I'm like, damn, what am I going to do now? I just pray he takes his time and develops good habits, unlike me. That way he sticks with it and he enjoys it for a lifetime of enjoyment. By the way, Ted, great shirt tonight. Great shirt. Although the lead
I always
singer,
wear great shirts.
I don't see Jimmy not sticking with it. I mean, I don't know about you personally, but I don't think I've ever met anyone that said, "Yeah, I tried the airbrush, but I went back to the rattle can because it was better."
what the hell is a PFT test? Physical therapy? No, I have had them. But here's a little note. Robert Plant loved the blues, the Delta blues, so it's kind of a Southern thing. So him and his first wife get a divorce. He marries her sister, so the kids are all cousins and siblings at the same time. You did not know that, Robert?
I never heard this.
I'm like, damn! If that there ain't nothing more redneck than that. Here's the thing, then, God damn it, about time they'll start making them back over here where we can put our people back to work and make our country better.
They won't, because they'd have to buy facilities and transfer the tooling and then buy all the molding equipment and everything. They just won't do it.
And you can't keep up with slave labor. I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad for companies like Amazon who are putting small businesses out of work, and Walmart and they will go into towns. People who run Walmart will go, we're going to put this place, and this place out of business. Sorry, their stock tank. I don't give up. We need to start standing up and protecting each other from big corporates and governments. That's my take, and I'm sorry, Ted.
You're fired.
I love that. I had to catch the first week of Brian's live Saturday. He goes, "Yeah, it's so peaceful out here without the mouth of the north." I'm like, and Rick's piling in. I'm like, "Fuck you both." He told me on my way to the club meeting. He goes, "You're fired for being tardy." Yes, and I apologize, Kevin. The thing is, I own up to my mistakes. So I'm hoping to make it there for September 6th for the Hoosier Model Car Association.
That'll be cool. I haven't gotten any local contests. Well, since I moved here last year, I went to the Riff Raff show in Memphis in last June, which was awesome.
Oh, you lived in LA, so Memphis is nothing.
But I lived in Memphis for 17 years before I went to LA.
Yeah, that's another place I would never go without a pew pew.
Nope. In fact, when we moved,
you lived
to
in LA, huh?
When we moved to Memphis,
ever hear of a place called Agora Hills?
Yep, I wasn't too far from there.
Yeah, I used to live there. That's where I graduated high school at.
Oh, no kidding. I lived in Santa Clarita, worked at LAX.
You should see the Chevelle that he built, Ted. You would love it. Hello, KRD Jason. Dan showed me that one, and I'm like,
"Hey, Jason, what's going on? Good to see you."
Have any of you guys used the sticky from either Icky Sticky or from Scale Motorsports? They look like Q-tip, but they're sticky. Anybody ever use them?
All the ones I've tried are way too sticky.
Like the wax pencil?
Yeah, how's the wax pencil work? How do you like that?
That's fine. For like photo etch, it's fine.
Yeah, I was thinking about wax pencil or some Rodico like watchmakers use. I might have got rid of those. I got some blue ones with yellow tips on them. They were so sticky I couldn't get the parts off of them.
Well, if it helps, by the time Gary Ride to Win Senior is done with Ride to Win Junior, Junior will have he'll have a permanent man purse.
I don't know what Tammy was thinking here. They included carpet material. You got to trim it out yourself.
Fred did a 67 Chevelle where he put metal tape on the floor and varnished it in and then painted over it. And I was like, because I've watched Mark Batson talk about you go to like a dollar store and get the small tin ones, and you can use that to help make chassis as well, or put it out there to make it look more realistic.
This came with a nice piece of felt or suede or something.
Ooh, how thick is that?
You gotta. It's about if you've ever used any of the Zoom On carpets, it's about a couple millimeters. It's got a sticky back, but you have to trace out and cut out your own.
Hey, let me give you my I put this. Most everybody here knows it anyways, but I'm still gonna put it in private chat. My email tell me where you got that carpet stuff you just said.
Well, this came with the kit, but there's a company.
There.
I'll send you.
Yeah, I put my email in private chat. Just I don't want Kevin Smith having it. Send me feet.
You'll end up with a lot of pictures you don't really want to look at.
Yep. That's what I want to make sure Gary Ride to Win doesn't get it. God almighty, I'm scared to death of that one. And Serge, you need to email me so I can give Kevin Smith your address for that paperwork. And Kevin, I need you to get through that closet so I can start working that deal out. Because otherwise, I'm going to be buying a whole lot of friggin' Revella Germany semis, all American semis. Yeah, you don't ever open anything from Gary Ride to Win because it's going to have something to do with a foot. No, don't even think about it, Kevin, because I do have your home address and I will plaster it in places you won't believe.
Oh my.
And I'm glad I realized before I cut this up. I was about to cut out these templates and that there's instructions on the back.
I thought with his foot fetish, he was more the former coach or new coach of the New York Jets, Rex Ryan. No, you didn't, Serge. You didn't miss anything. You just missed a little banter. I've sent you multiple emails, Serge. All you got to do is send me your address back, and we'll get one of them paint things from Kevin Smith for you. Thanks, Dan. I already got it.
I don't know if they sell a generic piece, but I know they sell carpet kits. They may just sell the uncut material. This piece came with the kit, which I'd never seen before.
Give me a second. All right, I just sent you one. Where are they out of?
Hong Kong.
Oh, okay. I might wait on. I will wait on mine.
They ship pretty quick. I bought from before. There's I'm sure you can find some of that carries their stuff too. But they're a good company to deal with. I've bought stuff from them, had it within a week or so.
Oh, here, let me bring this up, Ted, and you can show people. I got to get to the right one.
There it is. Here you go.
Oh, wrong one. Give me a second.
Wrong one. Wrong one. Whoopsie.
Yep. That happens. See, I don't know how well you can see that one, Ted.
Nope.
Kevin Smith,
Yep.
you work harder, I'll just work smarter.
I did not know they made a kit for that car, and I just finished one of those.
And you got multiple ones, but that worked good on some of the seating as well.
Yeah, I actually prefer. I don't mind doing flocking, but I prefer the flocking, especially if you get the pre-cut kits. It's just like a decal or a sticker. They sell all kinds of different colors. I did a Fair Lady Z, and the carpet just stuck in there perfectly. I don't know why they didn't take the extra time to do that with this.
Yeah, I know a guy that uses ribbon quite a bit, and it does come out nice. Plus, it's a little thinner.
Zoom-On makes a really nice set of racing harnesses too, generic with seat belts and photo etch hardware.
Who's the guy out of South America that does stuff?
I'm not sure. I know who that is. Yeah, the ribbon's cheap, but the photo etch hardware. I've seen some 3D printed stuff. My favorite racing harnesses, which I think is a pretty good bang for the buck, are the Edward. $7, you get enough to do 2 full seats. They're photo etched, and they're already not pre-painted, but they've already got the texture and the color, all the hardware. You gotta bend them to shape and stuff, but they look amazing when they're done. They sell 4-point, 5-point, different colors. I'd save these for the really nice kits.
Oh, I'll have to ask.
Oh yeah, that's right. Zoom-On is in Hong Kong dollars too, so you got to do the conversion.
All right, I'll get them out to him, Amanda.
What?
Your wife just texted me.
Oh, did she? Is she behaving or not?
Yeah.
The goodest.
Okay, I believe it's Mr. Model. Yep. This is Mr. Model. Some of this stuff. He does have seat decals as well. I guess not.
Okay, I guess we're gonna have to sacrifice one if I want to do it that way.
Bob kit bashing over there or starting another kit?
Yes, and yes. What the plan was, I had two options. I was wanting to either modify the 66 Nova Pro Street chassis to fit in here, or I thought I had a front half, and I've got one of Matthew's back halves. To put in it, but I don't have as much of the front half as I thought I did. Mainly because the front end on that Nova chassis is a whole lot nicer than what comes on than this one.
Yeah.
If you get a chance, put that up, Teddy.
What's that? Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say, Bob, I have one of those Nova kits that I have all the front end pieces
like
too. If you need anything from it, let me know. I'll send it to you.
Oh,
Well, I've got two whole ones back there.
Okay.
I'll link you right to it right now.
I used it for the Demon, but I thought I'd cut it back a lot further than I did.
Oh, look at the hardwood finish alone.
That looks nice.
Of course, you still got all the stuff we got in America, so give me a second and I'll link everybody.
Okay.
I'm actually going to try one of these days. I'm going to build one of these Novas out of the box. Parting them all out.
You know, I started
do a Nova
one.
and a Chevelle. Do both of them.
I started one. You might be able to see it. It's right there.
Oh, you can see right now it's a screen share.
Oh, yeah.
For Mr. Model Precision Model Parts. Anyway, that's what I think I'm going to do with this. Is I want to Pro Street it.
All right, Dan, I just sent you that.
And I can either modify the entire Nova chassis or I can use Matthew's back half. I don't know. I might do the Nova because they're cheap right now.
Have you used one of Matthew's back halves yet?
I have not. I've got it. I've looked at it. It's not. The only thing it looked like it would be difficult is figuring out what parts go where. There's a picture he has on the website. It's not real clear. I was going to have him see if he would email me the picture so I could look at it full size. I think I figured it out, but from the pictures.
Go ahead, Bob. I'm sorry.
but it's
Hey, Bob.
it's hard to see from the picture it has on the website.
I
This stuff
gotcha.
This stuff would look really good on that, Bob. Oh, it's out of stock apparently.
Do that?
Let me do this again. Oh, that's the wrong one. Redo it. There we go.
Yeah, I just hadn't talked to anybody that has used one. So I was just asking if you had used it yet.
Fred has, I do believe.
Use
Yeah,
the
several.
web.
Okay.
It looks from the pictures, it looks fairly straightforward. But yeah, the picture is not real good to show exactly what parts go where.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got.
is it mirrored from the '67 Chevelle rear end, or it's different?
It's yes and no. The
Yes,
tub
no,
part,
okay.
the tub part is basically the same as the Chevelle, a little bit wider.
Oh, okay.
But then it's got the working 4-link and it's got the funky brakes on it and all the freestanding coil springs and shocks, and so
Yeah, could you share that real quick too? This is a good thing for seats. He does a lot of stuff that people in the United States don't do, and some of the same. I can blow these up so you can see them. You know, you got your '60s town house too.
right now we're just
And
getting
I
body prepped. So
and I put everything in. I gotta save that before I forget. I put the links in chat. Well, that said, you got two good models in here. I can dip out.
I'm not gonna be here too long. I've been up all day, all night. And I had to go to the doctor today and they took about 4 quarts of blood out of me.
Oh God.
Did they leave any for you? Jesus.
I don't think so, because that's the first time I ever felt woozy after they got done taking blood from me. I don't know if my blood sugar was low or what, but I got up after from them taking the blood and about fell on my face.
Yeah, that's not good.
5 minutes I felt fine, but just right when I got up, it was just. What do they want? Easter at Travis's 1 o'clock on Sunday. Okay. Hopefully I can get Mom out to go. She won't pitch fit.
Hopefully that will go good for you.
Turn it down a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it sucks. This would have been so cool. Oh well, we'll see.
Wish the hell they would tell me what kind of plane it is.
For what?
I gotta go to Florida for a wedding in a couple weeks.
Who are you flying on?
Somebody wants me to go to Legion. Yeah,
Allegiant's going to be Airbuses.
I've heard they were pretty decent.
Yeah, they're okay.
But it's not saying what. Yeah, you're saying it's the Airbus.
I think that's all Legion flies.
Yeah, that's all they fly is Airbuses.
A319, 320. That's a nice plane. It's comfortable.
Problem is my brother lives in Jacksonville, and that's northern Orlando, and he's got to deal with the wedding and his daughter and stuff, and it's like and family that's going to be down there, so he ain't going to have time to run around, and people don't understand that. And I've never been in there, and I'm like, again, Duval County is one place I would never go in my life without being strapped up. When they break into cop cars, steal guns, and it's a wild, wild west. I really love Southwest, and problem is I went to book it, and they had no parking spots available at the parking garage. And I was like, well, that's going to defeat the damn purpose.
Just have a limo pick you up.
The problem is I'm 2.5 hours away.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm looking at taking a couple foot either. I don't feel comfortable on the small planes yet. So the CRJ 900, I'm like, I like where I can hear the motors.
That CRJ is a good airplane, though. That's basically a Global Express business jet.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him earlier. The 200s I'd shy away from, but the 900s are good planes. I've worked on both.
Oh, yeah, you're an aircraft mechanic?
Now you know why I won't fly into Cincinnati.
You're an A&P, Ted?
What's
Or
that?
Bob? Who was talking?
Yeah, I was. Ted. Yeah, I got an AMP.
Yeah. Who'd you work for? Or who have you worked for? I assume you're retired?
No, I'm not retired yet.
Oh, still working, huh?
He's got
Yeah.
a wife and kids. He'll never retire.
Yeah, I'll be working till the day I die.
You working for Pastor Airline?
I'm working for a company called Airborne Express, and
Yep.
we handle the
I didn't know they were still around.
planes for ABX for DHL.
All right, right. Have a good night.
What is Airborne flying these days? I hope not still DC-8s.
No, 767s.
Yeah, it seems like that's what everybody's flying now.
Yeah, 767s. I don't know what they're gonna switch to after that. They're probably gonna switch to one of the Airbuses.
There is probably won't. If you're in a 767, probably not. But there is an STC out for a PDAF for the A321 now.
Yeah.
I know my company's considering them. I hope not. I'm not a big Airbus fan as a mechanic.
No,
But you just
I'm
told me
not either.
The 321 was a good plane.
Well, as a passenger, but as a mechanic, no thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now explain to me why.
Oh God, Airbus! Just the way they're constructed, the way their systems work. It's hard to explain. It's like a mechanic that likes working on Ford versus Chevy, but a lot more different than even that, you know.
Oh, okay, that's
It's well, look, let's put it this way. The engineers that designed these planes, his wife cheated on him with a mechanic, so that's why they're so hard to work on.
So there's a
I'll
lot
get
of
back
people
with
that,
those mechanics.
there's a lot of people that have preference. Some of it's with like I started my career on KC-10, so I'm a McDonnell Douglas guy. Boeing probably second to that, and then the guys that work Boeing their whole life, that's the only plane they want to work on. I actually got to like the Airbus. Of course, my company flies pigs, but
okay.
I've worked on all three of the CRJ lines. I've worked Embraer 145s, 175s, and 190s, and now I've been working the 767s now.
Okay.
do you know where you got yours from? Did you get them new? Because the line was open for a long time. I know there were some small airlines getting new ones. You got the 300s, I'm assuming, 300 freighter.
We have 300s and 200s.
We have 200 too. Wow, I haven't seen a 200 freighter.
Okay.
Yeah, they're yeah. All of our 200s, they are not ETOPS qualified or certified, I should say.
All right.
Only the 300s are.
We're boring Jeff with tech talk here.
No,
It's something you did.
I need to explain something to Kevin in Boston. When you see I can't think of what they're called, where you would hyphen something around the circle number, the semi-circle.
Parentheses?
When you see Kevin doing that, that means a hug in cyber world. That's how that term came about. I didn't say it was a bad thing because you're all buddies. So this ain't you and Gary ride to win. So I mean, Gary ride to win and Jimmy only him. But that's what that means. It's meant that for 27 years. It's an emoji that people started using. I'm not trying to influence you. I'm just telling you a true fact.
I always thought it was a butt crack.
No. Well, then maybe Kevin Smith in his own mind is mooning Boston, which again would be wrong to do to Boston. Nothing, Kevin. I didn't say it. You're the one who. I just pointed out I felt bad for Boston getting a hug from you. I didn't say anything bad about a hug. I just said it was from you. So you moved on from Jimmy to poor Boston. Damn. Bunch of sick degenerates.
So how long you been with Airborne, Ted?
What's that?
How long you been with Airborne?
How long have I been there?
Yeah.
I don't
I
want you
just
to.
went over 4 years.
4? Okay.
Yep.
Where? What other places you've been around? I was at. I was in the Air Force. I worked mobile airspace.
You were a phone picker?
Omni Air International, Gemini Air Cargo, and in my current employer since 02.
Yeah, I've been to. I started up in Detroit at Pinnacle Airlines, working on 200s, CRJ 200s, and then went down to Nashville. That's where I worked on all the Embraers. I was doing. Went down there to do heavy checks on those, and then after that moved up here to. I'm in Florence, Kentucky, so like I said, I'm probably about 2 hours away from you.
Okay. Well, ABX, I was at Gemini. Omni, I went to Omni after they went all passenger DC-10s, but it's all the same.
Yeah.
I used to know a lot of guys from Airborne back in the day when I worked in Minneapolis.
So either one of you stationed in the Northeast? I've been to Blacksburg Air Force Base, Portsmouth Air Force Base, which is called Pease, and home of the world's largest potato bombers, the SAC base up in Limestone, Maine.
No, in fact, I tried to. When I filled out my dream sheet, they called it. I was trying to have North Dakota, Michigan. I'd never worked on an airplane at the time. Thank God they sent me to California. So I have worked either West Coast or the South Coast, actually Gulf of America. But and then I did a 3-year stint up in Minneapolis, which God was that miserable.
Yeah, I can understand. I've heard that.
And I mean, and I'm from up that way too, but it's the difference when you got to go outside and work on shit.
That kind of cold.
Yeah.
Northwest wouldn't, in the wintertime, Northwest Sun Country, they wouldn't share a hangar with anybody.
Yeah, that's like, how much rain did you get this past weekend?
Oh my God, we got buried. I drove down. I drove an hour south of Bloomington, and all the fields are flooded. The creeks look like Mississippi.
Oh yeah, and they had us out there changing the damn thrust reverser on the line and that shit.
Yeah, we of course we had a couple big ones going on. We had a 5.7 engine change and a 5.7 gear change over the weekend with all this rain. I managed to get them both in the hangar, and then we had to kick one of them out because we had a check come in. So we were changing the engine outside, which that's what the rest of the world does it here. We've got 4 wide body bays here in Indy though, so you get kind of spoiled with that.
Yeah, who are you working for up there?
A large cargo company. I'd rather not say it on the live.
Who is it?
Is this probably Brown and Gold one?
No.
Yeah, I got
I'm a director.
A couple of guys that I used to work with went up there to work for FedEx up there. In
the hangar on the line. Do you know? Or do you
What's that?
I said, do they go to the hangar or the line?
I don't know. It's been a while since I talked to them. They've been gone for probably 2.5 years now since they went up there.
They could be at either place. Shit, I don't have my phone with me.
Hey, Dan, if I make it to Circle City, Hoosier Model Car Association there in Lebanon, Indiana, I'll be the easiest person to spot because I'm going to walk in there with my New England Patriot gear on.
Yeah, you'd know one of them right away. He's real tall. His name is Chris, and he loves cookies.
What's his last name? I got
Oh shit! I forgot. I forgot what his last name was.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him. I'm just trying to remember if he. I only have the line side. My peers got the hangers.
Yeah,
I
think he was online.
He probably is. Sounds familiar.
Oh, Chris Johnson.
Hold
Johnson's his last name.
on. Grab my phone.
Yeah, unless I heard he was working on a line up there. It's like I get a lot of people asking me, going, "Hey, you build model cars. Why don't you build model planes? You're an aircraft mechanic." I said, because I see them every day. I don't want to come home and look at it too.
And can you imagine being a gynecologist?
Hey, family show. Come on, man.
I didn't say nothing illegal. I used the proper term in the proper context. It could be worse. You could be Kevin Smith, primary care provider. And Kevin, to answer your question, Kevin, I've crushed my right hand, had my right shoulder pinned underneath my collarbone. I know what physical therapy assignment is. And boy, did they give me some drugs one time. I mean, all I was doing giggling all day. And I said, nope, I don't want no more of that medicine.
Yeah, so I can't put a face with your guy, but he works on my side on days.
Yeah, I think he does work on days.
Yeah, I just looked him up. I haven't been here long enough. I don't have all the names of the faces yet, but there's no way I haven't seen them.
Well, let me see. Ted works in Cincinnati. You work in Indianapolis, and Fred works down in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Fred
Henry?
He works for Delta.
Fred who?
Fred Henry?
Pappy.
West Georgia
really?
Rods and Customs.
I didn't know he was a Deltoid. What's he do? He a mechanic too?
Yeah.
Yeah, he works for Delta.
You know where
He and I got to have some.
I think he's in one of the back shops. I don't know which one though. He didn't.
Well, he's been there a while.
I don't think he's ever said.
You know where the tire blew up? He was in the next building over.
Oh wow, yeah, he's working in the back shop. So that's wow. That's where the senior guys get to go. He must have been Delta for a while. Small world.
Fred's like what, 68, 500 model kit years. Fred's gonna hang me from a bridge now.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Jess won't look, but she'll take pictures. Now, let me set this scenario up. There's two of us who actually participated in this, okay? So in 2023, I went down to Acme. So I made a joke. I said, you can't leave no place on look for a Grail model kit. So I laid on the ground, looked under Ted's Caravan. Next thing I know, I hear a screech, and there's a car coming at me going, shit. My foot was immediately going to kick the model kit out of the way. Well, the son of a bitch who pulled the prank sold me the model kit. And I hadn't paid for it yet. And I said, go right ahead, run it over. I don't have to pay for it then. Well, Jess, love Jess to death. She's our little sister. She turned her head, but she kept clicking that phone off as fast as you could.
Yeah, she did.
And
she got a good picture of it.
Let me see. Let me go find that on her page. but it was funny as hell. And some people literally, one guy thought it was serious. I'm just like,
Oh yeah,
one guy goes, well, I don't know all about getting on the ground for a model. I'm like, I work on race cars. I'm like, yeah. It's going to take me a while to get to it. Well over a year ago.
Yeah, I know a couple guys that work in Pappy's World. That's crazy.
Yeah, you should be there Saturday night.
yeah. Hey Bob, are you building that 37 Ford pickup along with them guys too?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, because that's what I'm working on tonight. Since I can't be in his live.
Yeah.
So I told him I would always work on mine the first Wednesday after they work on theirs on his live.
Yeah, I've got it pretty much ready to put primer on the body, so I'm gonna do that sometime in the next couple of weeks, and then get a coat of paint on it. But
yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm kind of mocking stuff up and making checking the fit on stuff and getting the body ready for primer and that kind of stuff.
I'm still have to bait and turn it into a flatbed, but I don't know if I will or not.
Yeah, I have a set of these Kragers I'm going to use on it.
Yeah, I got a
Thought
set
those
of
would look nice.
those new spoke wheels for Matthew I got for it.
Ah, okay. In fact, hey Jeff, put up that picture I sent you earlier.
Yep, give me a second. Let me put this one up first.
Yep.
I no longer have
my
the
van.
Literally, everybody. I mean, the people are chiming in. Damn, I missed the best part of the show. Somebody goes, "I'm going to send a better Hitman next year." Yeah. Holy smokes! Yeah, I can't afford that. All right, give me a second. All right, here you go.
There it is. Yeah, here, Bob. This is. I saw this picture. I thought this looked cool, and this is kind of the look I was going for.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Yeah, and I didn't want because a lot of the guys were doing chopping the tops and that kind of stuff. I was like, everybody else is doing it. I don't want to do like everybody else is doing. So I started looking around at pictures and stuff. Yep, and found this. So that's kind of the look that I'm gonna go for. I'm thinking I'm gonna do like the box art and leave the sides of the engine bay off so you can see the engine.
He's actually 62. He's a couple years ago older than me, but so this guy, I'm gonna X him out who it is.
You ready?
Oh God. Yep, give me a second.
Hey, what the hell is that?
Doll, I don't know why, but these are all original kits. Mayflower School. God, yeah. Ooh, that tractor. Tobacco. Them all come with lights and electronics. And of course, I am scared to death to ask this guy what he wants for all of that.
Oh, if you run across an extra back tire for this Camaro, I'm missing one.
Bob, give me a second. You gotta. Give me a
If
second.
I can't find one, I'll just get a 3D printed one. But everybody's
No,
3D
Bob,
printed a little bit smaller than the ones in the kit.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's funny you got that because I got this Frank Iacono kit
The
over
yellow one?
here,
Yeah.
and I have
That's what I was
those.
looking for.
I got the Rear and Morrison decals from Slicks in there. That's what I was going to do because I've already built the Frank Iacono one.
That's the one I was looking for, the yellow one, but everybody wanted way too much money for it.
Yeah, I don't know why they want so much money for that thing. I'm sure Atlantis is going to probably come out with it soon anyway.
They're bringing
got a
out
micro?
the one funny car, the Firebird funny car. They're bringing out the Pepsi
Are they?
Challenger.
Oh yeah.
Bob,
What?
do these look right?
The two parters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's them.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you got a spare ones, like
Okay.
don't steal them out of a kit that's complete. But if you have a spare one, because otherwise I'll just get 3D printed ones.
Not a problem. I'll get them out to you as next Monday because I got to go to a
No hurry. That kit is at least 4 or 5 down the pile. Maybe a little more.
Hopefully they don't smash the box up like they did to poor Jimmy. That was bullshit.
Well, he's got plenty of stuff to practice airbrush on now.
Well, I did the Ford, Christ, probably close to 30 years ago. It was the first time I ever kind of framed it in section and made it longer, but it still pisses me off they shouldn't have done that. But it's a good thing because he can clean it up and put the Chevy front end with it and it'll work.
All right, everybody, I'll be right back.
All right. Everybody run away. I got friends in San Pedro, or something like that, Indiana. I buy model kits from once in a while from. Everybody, she hates NASCAR and Prowler, so everybody will buy collections. We'll send them her. I'm like, just sell them for even $5. It's all profit.
That Prowler kit is not bad. I mean, here it is here.
You can customize them. I'd put you on big screen, but I don't got that power yet.
I just finished it today. Yeah, I mean, it built the front suspension is fiddly because you got to build it after the body's put on the chassis. And every time I built one, I had to cut the back tabs off of the hood to get it to fit down in there right.
All right, what color racing harness do we want? We got yellow,
black, red, or blue.
I got yellow, red, black, or blue.
Go yellow because everybody hates yellow.
Yeah, the only problem is my yellow ones are my Zoom-ons. Let's see here. I need a
upon my eradication from this earth.
6
I'm going to send everybody a set of yellow spark plug wires.
I got a couple of them. That's all I ever buy. Yellow ones.
You go to the 80s, the biggest thing was Excel. No, he's got, what colors did you say you had, Dan?
I got red, blue, black, and yellow.
I'd go yellow.
All I've got right now is yellow. I'm not effective. I used my last blue ones.
Somebody prints 3D.
This red is calling my name, though.
Are them the 3D ones that have the, they're thicker than a regular decal one?
No, these are photo etch.
Oh, Jesus.
The zoom on ones are like a standard ribbon, but they're sticky on one side, and then they come with decals for the different brands. And then they have all the bits and pieces are photo etched.
My eyesight's not, even with goggles on, is not good enough to do photo etch. So I'm like, yep.
Yeah, I got to use a magnifier on these, but I like these Edward ones because they already have the color and the texture to them.
If you're watching that, if you watch that car collector who went to Chicago, what it was there was 4 different pickup points on it, so you could literally change lane. Carrera. Who the hell's the new big slot car one out? You could change lanes literally.
Carrera, that's the
Jesus
digital
Christ, Ted.
What?
Scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, that's the Carrera, the digital ones that
Yeah,
you
there you go.
you have to do pit stops and all that stuff, or your car
Oh, that's
performance
cool.
will go down. You don't do a pit stop in time.
Yeah, I
Or it'll
emailed
go
that
slower,
guy
slower,
about
slower.
I emailed that guy about buying kits. Every one I wanted was sold. Uh-oh. Bob's got some rips.
Leftover.
So these where's the other one?
Jesus, Teddy, you're gonna have to make me the total what the hell program director. You're gonna have to email me. You got my email anyways.
Yeah.
I'll have to come in.
All I got is yellow ones. I did have some red and blue, but I guess I used them all.
There you go. There you go. Oh, I have some of those
These are
seat
awesome.
belts. Yeah, I got some of those.
The Edwards.
Those are cool.
These are the best racing harnesses I've ever seen. So you got all the hardware that you need, and then of course it's all origami.
Yeah. In fact, I built the 2001 NASCAR Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
The Dale Earnhardt one, and I put those seat belts in there.
His name is Ralph.
They came out great.
I
It
love
was
them.
Dale. Not
Especially
Ralph.
for the
Not
price.
his dad.
I think it's a pretty good value. I asked my shop when I was out in California to order me some out in Burbank's House of Hobbies out there. And I said, order a bunch, man. I've been putting out word of mouth, and then when they showed up, I bought almost every one he had.
Wow,
Hey, here you go, Bob. This is the that Nova I've been working on.
Nice.
Oh God, you got my other arch nemesis, bare metal foil.
Oh, I haven't done bare metal foil on this thing.
Definitely want to clear coat it or it'll pull paint up.
Yeah, I haven't clear coated that yet. I've been kind of just sitting on it. Just
be nice and said Bob that yellow car.
I'm looking in here and I'm like, I got everything ready to go to put this damn thing together. I just haven't done it.
Well, I'm not going to either one. I'm not doing that one. Is that paint scheme? I'm going to go on Slicks and find something else for it.
Yeah.
There you go, Lieutenant Diane. You can save up some time and fly down to Atlanta and deal with their traffic. I would take the long. I don't know why all the guys from South Carolina drive right into Atlanta to go up 75. I would drive some of the other roads and go in.
I can jump seat pretty much anywhere. It's taking the models with for the contest that I haven't tried it yet. I did have I made a car for a buddy of mine that's a mechanic in AFW, and I got one of our mechanics hand carried it for me from Ontario, California to AFW for him on a jump seat flight.
You're east of Bob. You could all just kind of congregate, find some place to meet up and boom together and save each other on gas and bills and stuff like
take
that.
Different routes.
Just a thought. I'm trying to save your money so you have more money for model supplies, Bob.
Where's Bob at?
I'm in St. Louis.
Oh, okay.
I don't buy too much at the shows anymore. I mean,
Because you get a whole
I usually
hobby.
go with a shopping list of 1 or 2 things that I'm looking for, and that's pretty much it. Might pick up some supplies, or unless something just jumps out at me and says, "Buy me."
Yeah, that's
Oh,
kind of I am every once in a while.
Kind of like that
Yeah.
Joe Hand Challenger funny car. Bob said, "You want it?" I said, "No." And Bob like, "Oh, I'll buy it for me."
I don't know if you can see that, Jeff.
Yep.
It's even got the netted texture to it too. They're really not bad. The first time I did them, it took me quite a while. I've got it down. Well, I haven't done it in a while, but pretty much got it down to a science.
Yeah, I do the same thing on airplanes. To use those other seat belts.
Yep.
The first couple
Yep.
of times, it's kind of a pain, but once you figure out, you got the routine of what gets folded here, what goes into that slot, and you can.
And I like they give you enough so you can run out. Like if you've got a roll cage, or like what I was hoping to do here is anchor this back here, but I don't think it's gonna be long enough. I'll probably just anchor it to the rear seat area. Oh, why
Well,
this?
it actually would be anchored on your rear hip, your rear rollover bar.
Yeah, except for this one didn't. I don't know why this didn't come with one, but that's normally where I anchor them, or I anchor them to the rear package shelf. But this is too long, so I'm gonna have to anchor it down low here.
You wouldn't believe it. Most NASCAR Cup Series is a little thicker, but most everything the seat sits on is a 1 inch square stop.
That ain't much.
Nope. The most dangerous part is when you have to take the steering wheel and try to climb out of there. You don't want to hit that spline.
Oh,
Check.
Oh, and it was funny because I had to climb in. My buddy, who's an engineer for Childress now, I had to climb out because we had to do a weigh. I was the closest person to his weight. Tom goes, "Well, I mean, I could literally only get 1.5 ass cheeks in there, and it was a struggle to get in the seat. It's like, Jesus, it's gonna suck getting out." Well, they said let Tommy in because Tommy's a little skinnier and smaller. He could fit in there better. Tom, be careful when you get in there. He goes, "Why?" I said, "You hit that spine, you won't have kids." His father looked right. You know my son, do you want him to be the parent of your grandkids? I'm like, even for me going, that was just mean and on call for, and I walked away and started laughing. Like, that was funny as hell, Scott. We all just stopped and looked at Tommy and shook our head, and we're trying to be nice. And of course, we all walk off and we're all like, that was funny.
Yeah,
So,
I have a question to everybody out there in the chat. Just for my information, is I know a couple weeks ago I was having a really bad problem with it, like freezing and skipping. And is it doing that again tonight or no?
No,
Big fat zero.
about once every 6 weeks, I have to go in and clear my cache because I'll start seeing it on mine. I clear the cookies and the cache out, then it
Yeah,
seems to clear it up.
yeah. I think it was because the cable company was, I had to put off the bill for a week. 'Cause I think I paid the cable bill after that, and then I didn't have a problem. It's like almost like they slowed down my speed.
I think.
Well, they do that anyway. A lot of them. They throttle your speed back if you use too much
Yeah.
bandwidth. So I was real happy when they offered 1 gig fiber.
Huh, Cliff Ed.
Oh yeah, I've got 1 gig fiber. I love it.
You got rid of the phone company. We do the voice over internet calling for the landlines now, and we have the direct TV streaming for all the TVs. It's not bad.
This is the first place I've lived where I can get internet without a cable package. I love it. I have Metronet. It's just the internet service by itself.
Yeah, that's what I do through Spectrum, aka Charter.
Ours is actually offered by the electric company.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
As long
Yeah.
as it ain't Kevin Smith dial up, you're good.
The Rural Electric Cooperative, they ran fiber pretty much all over the whole area.
I don't know who put it in here. The fiber was buried. The fiber was buried in my neighborhood, but they had to run it to the house.
They're running it here. They're running it on the poles till they get to your house, and then they run it underground from the pole to your house.
Yeah, everything's buried in my neighborhood. The guy had to run. He had to run the fiber from down the street. I think he said it was like 700 feet. He had to run, but the conduit was already laid in, so he just
blew the line through. Yeah.
Yep, he just pulled the line through and had me running in a couple hours. It was, like I said, fastest freaking internet I've ever had. And I'm getting a true gigabit because of these Wi-Fi units we're using. They talk to each other at full speed wirelessly, and then at the individual units, you just hardwire into them where you want a really high speed. The wireless fast as heck too, but if you want a fast wired speed, you just plug into the units wherever you got them in the house.
Yeah. This is the only computer I'm on right now that's actually hooked up by Ethernet.
Yeah, I don't have any hard wiring in the house. They all go through the wireless. I've got 6 of those units around the house, and then I'm on wireless here on this laptop right now. But for gaming and video and stuff, I've got them Ethernet into the Wi-Fi unit. It's really amazing where the technology has gone, that I can get that full gigabit speed wirelessly and then back to a Ethernet connection.
Yeah, it's a whole lot different when I started out. When you get up in the morning and you start your Windows machine and you go take a shower and have breakfast, come back, and it might just about be finished loading up.
I used to pay for 2 phone lines so you wouldn't get disconnected while you're on the internet.
Yeah.
The good old days.
Kevin Smith,
Dial-up
the original
connections.
road beef.
Windows 3.1.
Oh God.
The,
I actually didn't get my first home computer till Windows 95 came out, but we used 3. When I was in the Air Force, we used 3.1 at work. Freaking terrible.
All right, guys, I need your help with this one. Could you see the comment I put in there? And Kevin doesn't get that joke, does he?
Baby, the other
That's
white
why I
meat.
refer to you now. Kevin is the original road beef.
Don't make me laugh while I've got photo itch.
I gotta be nice. I gotta take that down. I don't want to hurt his feelings. It was funny. You should have been here the night that I said that, and Gary. I didn't know Gary was lurking. Gary Googled it. I was just like, "Oh Lord, Jimmy ain't been the same since." Oh God, I just don't have the heart to tell him what that means. Somebody once told me that Kevin Smith used to be a Jergen spokesman.
Jesus.
Trust me, Dan. I'm a little politer in person until I get into a certain group, then I'm good. Actually, Kevin, I just gave my friend the ambulance, a buddy of mine in Indiana, and I forgot to send him the tires, which I got to find where the hell I put him now. God only knows. Bob Bennett finished 2 of them. Yeah, Bob don't screw around. Bob there to get the job done. Unlike me. Oh crap! Where the hell did I put them?
Yeah, they're finished, but the one was missing
Kevin,
some stuff.
Kevin, that's a great comeback.
Oh, great. Does that mean the Hakua girl is going to show up?
Oh gosh.
What do I want to do next? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at that blazer. Ain't going to start it, but I'm going to look at it.
I love starting kits. It's a finishing part I struggle with.
I could second that. And Ted,
Yes.
go get Durr. Somebody just told you to shut up in your own life.
Damn.
The new road beef.
Yeah, I usually only have one, maybe two models going at a time.
I usually got anywhere from 4 to 8 simultaneous.
I guess there's one or two that are long term.
What do I got here? I got this one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, back to about 8. I did good. I cleared a bunch of them out, and then I started a bunch again.
Well, I got the Arnie Bestwick Firebird. That's a long term project.
Yeah, hello to you too there, Jimmy.
It's definitely packed full of plastic in here. We'll see what the decals look like. There ain't too many. We got our gauges. We got some underhood decals.
Oh, you sent this, Bob. It came back up again.
Oh no, I just never hit the stop share.
Oh,
There you go.
There.
Yeah, those are pretty nice. Got all the badges. Got the wheel covers. Cool.
Well, let's just be thankful we're at least spared seeing Jimmy's mom today.
I think he's at work.
I thought he said he was home now, so I couldn't.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
And unicorn for you. I love it, Bob.
now you understand why we call him the sniper, Dan.
And okay, there's steel wheels. Do we have any other wheels in here?
Dad, if I ever get to the point like I'm Kevin Smith and I live for these lives, tell Amanda to come take my computer, my internet, and all my models.
Done and done, she said.
You're gonna hold them over your head saying, Teddy, them are all mine. We gotta get her to work. Once tax season's over, we gotta get her on that van.
No, there's still another week of tax season yet.
That's why I said after. Just let her decompress for a week or two.
She said, "Oh, thanks."
You know, I love deer. I only put up with you because I love my deer. I can see you walking into Acme with a shirt. The only reason they like me is because of my wife. Don't, Kevin, she's got her whiteboard. You don't want to get on that.
Not wrong.
No, I thought the top was separate, but it's not. I mean, it'd be easy enough to cut off, but yeah, I think when I get to it, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the back half of the roof off.
Oh, that would make her nice. Oh, I don't know if I still got it or not.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say, wasn't the last one that was on the whiteboard get butt hurt a little bit? Yeah. Mhm. The last person that was on the whiteboard got butt hurt a little bit.
Amanda, he's the one that did the tell Jimmy to kiss him. That's the only photo we got of him. I don't know if I still got that photo or not.
Material.
I hope you still got the photo because I don't think I do.
She probably does. She's probably got the whole card saved and everything.
Yep.
If someone hasn't made a shop card out of it yet already.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. If you run across one, I'd grab one. Yeah, I think I want to get there. I'm gonna cut the back roof off and raise it up a little bit. A little bit bigger tires on it, fancier tires, wheels.
Give me a couple minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, here we go. Don't worry, I gotta send this to my. There's 2 of them. Give me a minute. I gotta upload that to my Facebook photo.
Did you just send him one? Leave me alone. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just asked you if you sent one to him.
Yeah, Gilly. Oh God, Gilly's watching, and yes, Gilly. I thought I thought I muted myself in camera, but I didn't. Like I said, give me a second. I
Gilly's here?
apologize.
I didn't see Gilly.
Okay, the grill is not chrome. That's kind of nice.
Okay. Now,
Yes, lockout hubs.
Dan, I hope you've got a good reflex system.
Oh, God.
Business is about to pick up, Kevin Smith.
I was going to say, if he's an aircraft mechanic, I'm sure he does.
All right, here's the first one. Gilly's in here because he's lagging. Ted, you're gonna have to hit the share. Oh, you already did. But look at the Twinkies and the Bud Light and all that wonderful stuff. That would be the word, Kevin, but it only gets better.
Who's that whispering in his ear?
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Smith.
Oh.
I literally took these pictures with my cell phone. Kevin, I gotta be nice. Kevin is actually a hell of a modeler.
Well, lips like that, how couldn't he be?
I model kit builder. Let me rephrase that. Jimmy just did that stupid look in Kevin just as I took his picture turned. But more importantly, could you read what it says up on top?
Oh, God.
Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Gilly. Like I said, you don't ever want to end up on Amanda's bad side or fun side.
It's a good bad thing.
And Kevin's wife thought it was funny as hell. You want to see a hell of a tank, a military modeler?
Yeah, Gilly builds some awesome military stuff, man.
Model tank guy. And he's actually funny. For a Canadian, eh?
Take off, eh, Yoser?
Me and Gilly friggin' sat there and guarded we're just us two guarding the border of the countries. We would literally have miniature tanks out there firing at each other, drinking beer. By the way, Gilly, how's the missus doing? Gilly's a highly intelligent man. Just so you know, I like the province of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Just saying, Gilly. Just saying. Not implying anything. I like them 2 provinces. They're good people. I've been to the place called Mark calls Quebec. That's all I need to say.
I was going to say, wait a minute. I love Canada. They invented the greatest sport in the world.
Curling.
Damn.
I say that as there's a hockey game on in the background behind me right now.
Even though the Red Wings knocked themselves out of the playoffs last night, losing to Montreal.
Yeah. Who have?
Oh, how about our Blues? They did 12 in a row. Went from no hope of being in the playoffs to if they win tonight, they're basically locked in.
Yeah. And what did Detroit do? Let's lose 6 straight.
I don't know.
After the 7 nations thing or the 4 nations thing.
I think the only province, big province in the country of Canada that doesn't have a NHL team is Saskatchewan.
They almost did. The Blues almost moved to Saskatoon back in the late 70s. But
the Calgary Flames used to be the Atlanta Flames at one time.
Yeah.
The Ottawa Senators used to be an AHL team out of New Haven, Connecticut. Yeah, Gilly would be the guy in the stands with the paper bag saying, "You suck. Go home. The hosers."
Take off.
Go a bit further south and you start doing the don't tunnels. The Minnesotans. The don't tunnels.
So I
Minnesota,
propose,
don't you know?
I propose a trade. We trade Ohio to Ontario, and we take Saskatchewan. I'm just saying, fair trade. With a province and a state to be named later. Geez, I wonder why, Gilly. What happened to do with nothing about throwing beer cans on there, walking up and beat slapping a couple of hockey players. As Gilly leaves the PD, he'd be like, "Yep, see you guys tomorrow night."
I don't know. How does Gilly feel about Ovechkin breaking Gretzky's record?
Well, Gretzky moved to an American company, so.
Yeah, he lives here in St. Louis half the year. Because his wife is from here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. She was one of the most hated people in Canadian history for many years. Probably still is.
Well, I mean, it was a shorter time in between Gretzky and Ovechkin than it was between Gordie Howe and Gretzky.
But the greatest Canadian hockey player never played the damn game. Scotty Bowman.
Right?
He had one little small town in northern Quebec where he would just pluck constant goalies out of.
Kevin, I don't think you want Canada to be the 51st state because it is about 75% liberal. So you're putting a blue state in about the size of Texas and California.
No, we only want 2 provinces. The one Gilly's in and the one next to him. The rest of them they can keep. We'll give them California, Oregon, State of Washington. Like I said, we'll do a fair trade. And I hope you guys realize I'm satire, but yes, you are right, Bob. Geez, we got another hour to go. You've been only live for 3 hours.
And usually we're cutting it off at 10 o'clock.
I'm glad your hand doesn't. I'm glad your hand is feeling good. So
No, it's not. I don't know where you heard that lie.
I got a simple approach to life. People don't understand and they get mad at me. Good people are good people, and they can't fix stupid. I can, but it's going to hurt them, and it may get me in a little bit of trouble. But don't worry, Gilly will be standing next to me. Do it harder next time. See, Dan's going to go show this to his wife and say, honey, see, I'm not so bad. I love you, Gilly. Now
You seen the Billy Squire in there? You are Billy Squire? Okay.
Good Lord, don't tell that to friggin' Kevin Smith to get on Kramer and try to do it and try to give a Joey show again. I do
Good
feel
God.
bad going with the Joey that night. That guy, he let that guy in and did that.
Well, to be fair, that guy had spoofed Jess's name and
Yeah,
avatar.
he took Jess's whole name and stuff too. He thought she was coming back in.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I was on that live. I was like, what the hell? I was like, no, there's no way Jess would do that.
Boy, she's working a lot. That's why she doesn't get time to come on here.
Yeah, I kind of figured because I haven't seen her. I don't even think I've seen her. Has she made any videos recently? Because they haven't popped up.
She did one
Couple
of
of shorts.
Yeah, did one
She
of
just does the shorts. Okay.
doing some work on the Snail Shack.
I have made beautiful art.
You have made beautiful art.
Oh, can we see it live on YouTube? Like in a couple moments?
I mean, I'm about to text you.
Oh, no. I'd rather have you show it. It makes it so much more personable and so much more enjoyable.
In other words, she just got off work. She doesn't want to get up. I was gonna say send it messenger to him.
Yeah,
If you're
Facebook
gonna
would have
do
been
that.
better. But that's all right. I can send it to my Facebook myself.
I can send it. I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Hey,
Okay,
Amanda, you know how the emoji with the half circle on one side and the other
No, she did a she shed update 2 weeks ago.
was a hug online, right? Kevin Smith, poor Kevin Smith was doing that in Boston.
What was he doing?
What was he doing?
What was he doing?
Again, this here. Let me show you. He was doing
that hug type thing that you showed earlier.
Yeah, originally on the internet that stood for a hug. But okay, here we go. Hold on. Oh, Lordy, Kevin, you're gonna have your own shop card now.
Speaking of which, I'm mailing my last one out today. Tomorrow. I'm gonna make new ones.
That's awesome.
You know damn well that Kevin's wife is gonna want one of them now.
Needs a unicorn.
With a unicorn?
Needs a unicorn.
And a little bunny rabbit here too, and a jellyfish.
Little rabbit foo foo.
Little bunny foo foo, yeah.
So, most
Hopping
people
through the
don't
forest.
realize the jellyfish, his mouth and his anus are the same thing. So,
Eh?
little fact, but okay, this is Gilly's work right here, aka model tank guy.
That's not his work.
Is that riding the wind?
I am gonna so send. I am so.
I saw
sad.
that on Facebook. I was laughing. Or I think he sent that to me.
Jesus.
Like I said, listen, we're not suitable for everybody. If you think Saturday Night's Wild now, you should have seen about a year ago. We were just let loose off. We're like the cool kids who just turned loose.
Something.
Well, I'm gonna send that one to Jeff C. Canelli, and we'll get some shop or dirt. I mean, Daddy, find out how much to make them into shop cards. Jimmy Oleum, Ride to Win Junior's got to be the name of the shop card. He built other things besides that. How can I say this? If you had two real life Marvin the Martians, me and Gilly would be it. Kevin, you didn't get the sarcasm in there.
There was no earth shattering boom.
Kevin and Jimmy are like Pinky in the Brain.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Uh-oh. She's sending me something else.
Gimme.
She said, give me 2 minutes.
Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Lily, stop it.
Uh-oh.
Oh Lord. Oh, Dan.
How many gummies in are you, Amanda?
0.
0.
I'm running.
I'm gonna wait till Dan is done with his photo etch part for his personal safety and all of ours. Well, give me a minute, Amanda, and then I'll. Because I don't need him to lose parts.
All right.
Okay.
You find
There
them
you
right
go.
after you buy a new one.
All right, here you go.
Oh my God.
If we get these to Jeff Cicanelli, he'll make them into shop cards and we'll pass them out.
Jeff, I make it. My wife's got all the stuff to make a T-shirt with that on it.
Oh, God, please do. Let me know how much.
Give me a size and a color.
That has to be tie dye, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely got to be tie dye.
And
But you gotta
glittery.
And
Well,
glittery,
Jenna
bedazzled,
loves me too.
bedazzled.
Jenna loves me.
Oh, be beautiful.
We'll all wear it Friday night at Acme.
Oh God.
Look,
It'll be
nothing-
lovely.
Hey, nothing can top last year with Cliff. I'm sorry, but that shirt could not top Cliff.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I need to get started on the special build for Acme.
What, Cliff in 125th scale walking around with propeller tasties?
No,
The vet or the
the Foot Locker Pro Stock, Pro Street tennis shoe with Pro Streeted tennis shoe.
That's what makes you so enjoyable to watch, Bob. You enjoy modeling and the creativity. But Justin, I'm like Justin be going, damn. Hopefully she's working and not lurking.
Yeah, she put up a
Who's that?
video on her 2 weeks ago on her update on her shed.
Oh, Jess did?
Yeah,
She keeps telling me I need to go down to that show in South Carolina. I'm like,
I have to go to Target or Walmart and find myself a kid's shoe that I can put a blown engine and some tires and axle on. Some zoomies.
Jimmy still in here or did he leave?
I thought he said I had to work till 10 o'clock tonight.
I know he stopped in here for a second. I didn't know how late he had to work.
Oh yeah, if he's slow at work, he's probably listening.
Yeah, well, it's 25 after. Oh, he works 10 o'clock your time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He did. Yeah, okay.
That's all I. It's all I.
I was
Almost
like, it's
9:30.
20 after 10 now.
I think we drove some people away. Oh well.
Yeah, it's
Drove
getting to
some
be that
people
time
away.
of the night.
Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I don't think I want that one.
All right, gentlemen, I am going to hop out of here.
All right,
Yeah,
Jeff.
there's a recliner with my name on it. So
Great to have
Thanks
you in
for
here.
coming
gentlemen.
in.
Not a problem, man. I helped to get you going on this, so I got to stand up and vouch for you. I figure if Bob can testify this. I figure if I stay away, more people would come in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I'm gonna. My hand is about done for the night. I'm about ready to shut it down myself. What's that?
The guy who told me wanted to sell me that collection, he wanted to offer to my buddy. He wants 5,000 for everything.
Damn.
There's 12 kits alone that are worth $250 or better.
How many
All right,
kids?
y'all. It comes out to like $73 a kit, but it's
Oh, that's a lot.
68. But let me show you something. Let me do this again. Hold it. Now these three probably may never get made again because Revell Germany owns them. But that Kenworth, I actually sold that to him just before I got cancer. So that one I want back. The Alaskan hauler I can get for 200 here. That gravel trailer and that Transstar 2. That gravel trailer, Revell Germany said they'll never produce that alone. But let me go down through here. The Mayflower is a little harder to get a hold of. Some of these are the Smoky and Brandon. You can do the trailer again, but that International right there, that that building model book alone goes for most places for 100.
Damn.
The international up here is hard to get. Them are easy to get. That international tractor right there has never been reproduced, and right now anybody can't get a license from them.
Wow.
If that's the original transit mixer, that has an independent rear end. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Is torsion bar rear end. The new kit doesn't have it, so it's not the original. That wrecker right there is usually around $500.
God damn.
That top one's $300. These right here are $300 to $500 because they came with working lights and sound. And it's the six axle trailer, which again, Revella Germany said they'll never reproduce. So that's
Why'd they say they wouldn't reproduce them if people are asking? Licensing?
Yep. The Can-Do wrecker is actually the Steps Can-Do wrecker. They turned that into the Will Do wrecker, and they said nope, no more. Well, one of the biggest problems with them is they have literally tires that are completely useless. They disintegrate. I've got one here. I gave Cliff the body for the wrecker, and I can't use them. So now I have to go buy Malone. There's a company out in Ohio I got to get some resin wheels and tires from.
Huh.
But with that wrecker boom, where I'm sitting down will come up like and it will completely rotate around like a real rotating wrecker. The trailers are really some of the hard ones. The 359 is
One done.
and look at that, Durr. You didn't have to collect no Custar money. No cousin. What's the world coming to?
I must be getting good at this guy. I didn't send a single piece flying anywhere.
Might want to knock on wood.
Yeah,
I
no,
was gonna say you got awful quiet. It must have been concentration.
I got another. Yeah. If you ever see me being real quiet, I'm either doing decals or photo etch.
Right? Sometimes I get too carried away into what I'm doing, and I forget I'm on the live and don't say nothing.
All right, Boston, Kevin, you have a good night. It wasn't Gilly. Maybe it was. But I know one night Gary Ride to Win had to stop watching us because we got him to screw up a model. We had him laughing. Somebody else was like, I ain't coming back.
I was in a live or hangout once and I didn't talk for like 2 hours. They're like, what are why are you being so quiet? I'm like, shh, I'm doing decals. Especially if they're alpha carbon fiber. I cannot chew bubble gum and talk at the same time when I'm doing those.
Oh God, yeah.
Sounds about like me one night when I was spotting for a friend. He goes,
But that's what Gary said he was doing. He was doing carbon fiber decals.
It's the most intensive decaling I think of anything is getting those things that conform to shape. Jeff, I don't know if you remember a few weeks ago I was doing that Ferrari and that rear air dam has 17 carbon fiber decals.
oh, then I showed up and fucked it all up.
No, I actually got it.
Yeah, that's like this, Dan. I got this McLaren, and I had thought about doing the the underside of the carbon fiber.
It hasn't been clear coated yet. It'll really look nice when it's clear coated. You'll be able to see the carbon, but you see all the shape that stuff had to be conformed to.
Yeah,
I mean this one's pretty flat. except for the rear.
Oh, nice.
You know, it's got all those air diverters in the back.
Whose kid is that?
What's that?
Whose kid is that? Is that Enoshima, Fujimi? What is that? Who makes that?
Hey, Kevin, how far are you away from Convoy, Ohio?
Oh, okay, Fujimi. That's what I thought. I've got this one from an Alpha that I can't wait to do. Same thing, P1, right?
Oh crap, that's near Christ. He's near you guys.
Well, let me bring you up so I can see that better. There we go.
I haven't opened it yet, but
Oh, McLaren P1.
yeah, is that what you had right there?
This is the MP4
Oh, okay. I don't know my
one that
McLaren
I got.
well.
Yeah.
Oh
This,
crap. You need to get
Eventually, I'll get to this one. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with this one yet, but it's a pretty friggin' sweet kit.
Yeah. So I mean, for a curbside kit, it's what is there is pretty detailed, and so far the fit of everything together has been awesome. I haven't had any issues with the fit on that at all.
This is the first Alpha I've seen actually has an engine. Usually they have something that represents an engine because a lot of the cars there might be a window to look for. This one actually has an engine. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I think this one's got, it's like you said, it's got the, but I think there's a window over the top of the engine.
I'm hoping this
so
has the option that this wing fits in here because it's got the struts to have it in the braking position. I'm hoping that I can leave the struts out and just have the wing down on this.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks okay, but I'd like to have it with the wing down, I think. But I was looking to see if there's any. I don't see a lot of decals for this. Might not be a lot of. Wow. I don't think there's any carbon fiber on this. Usually,
that's like I said. If I wanted to do the carbon fiber on the bottom of that one, it didn't come with those decals. I'd have to buy like a sheet and then,
yeah,
cut an oversized piece and make it fit and conform it to it and stuff like that. And
I've seen some guys that can really. I have an Alpha Porsche that I got from a guy that had built it, and he carboned the engine and stuff. And I would love to see how he did that because that's 100% custom cut by him,
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the carbon looks amazing. Looks like it came that way. But yeah, this is on the list eventually to get to.
Yeah, it's like I got everything in that one kit I just showed you. I got everything ready for paint. I got the body and primer already.
One of the things I like with the Alphas is they require almost no prep work. You can have it in primer in like an hour.
Oh yeah, yep. I mean, my thing was like I spent a lot of time like making sure that after I painted, the parts were going to fit and stuff like that. Which like I said, I didn't have no issue with that. And then it was trying to figure out, okay, what pieces can I put together now before I paint so that I don't have to put them together after I paint.
Exactly. I always try to figure out how many sub-assemblies can I do before I do any painting. Yeah. I especially prefer to use liquid glue as much or liquid cement. Just have a much better bond. So I always go through the instructions and like on this body on this one, I went through the instructions, found out that I could put the running boards on in the front end before, because I'm looking at the assembly order. I'm like, well, it doesn't matter if I do them together. So I just put them all together and then painted them. Much easier that way.
Yep.
I think Jeff was talking about this the other day. This is a Tamiya kit. And Tamiya is pretty consistent. And I was told this was a really good kit. And I didn't test fit anything. Everything fit just perfectly. But Fujimi is kind of hit or miss.
Yeah.
I've got a couple older.
Like I said, this one I haven't had any issues with yet.
I've got a couple older Fujimi enthusiast kits. I don't know if you're familiar with that. The enthusiast kits had like 5 times the parts count of a normal model because they have like the internals of the engines are there, and there's all kinds of detail parts you put on, then they get covered up and you never see them. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah.
And anyway, I've had a couple of those that I put together. In fact, I put one together, an old 356 Porsche, and when I was done, one of the wheels won't touch the ground. Like it had some kind of warpage in there that I just couldn't get out, and I ended up having to put shims under the tire because it was so bad.
Yeah.
But generally,
sometimes I end up with I think I got a couple that are just a little bit, tire doesn't touch just a little bit.
Yep.
Not enough where you look at it close enough it doesn't look, you can't see light underneath it.
These the Tamiyas, especially the Porsches, they've got so many suspension pieces, and you have to make sure that those suckers are glued straight and fit, because if the wheels don't sit properly, you glued something together wrong, or you didn't get a tab pushed all the way in.
Yeah. Kind of like those
Bro.
new what is it? Savino JR. The new NASCARs.
I've heard those are not great fitting kits, though. Well, I don't know about the new ones, but I've heard the older ones are not great fitting.
Yeah, well, I mean, the old ones, the ones that they use the monogram molds for, those go together the same as the monogram ones did.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got, when they started coming out with the new generation Camaros, and I think they perfected it by the time they got to the Fords.
Take a look at this, Ted. I was talking about this in a live last night. You see this piece of photo etch reflection?
Yeah, yeah.
Look at the paint reflect. Let me turn this way. Look at the paint reflection.
Yeah, and that's awesome.
That's just lacquer paint over primer. That's their ProScale's bright aluminum. The metallic look to it is just amazing.
Yeah, I got one. So I got this. Oh, go. There we go. So I got this kit, right?
Oh, cool.
That I've been working on.
What are those? Are those Barracudas? What are those?
No, one's a Duster, and the other one's a what you call it? Can't think of the name of it.
It looks like a Cuda. The yellow one does. I see the Duster, the red one.
Yeah, one's a Duster, one's a Cuda.
Okay.
That's what it is. So this is the one I'm working on right now.
Oh, nice.
I got the body done there.
Pretty famous.
And then I did the metallic paint that I used for the.
Oh, that one right there. What'd you use? Is that Alclad?
That's Alclad.
Yeah, Alclad.
That's
nice
the Alclad stainless steel is what that is.
Yeah, the Alclads are nice.
And that came out real good. So I was real pleased with that. So.
Yeah, this kit's going together really. I don't even have very much. I don't even think I have 8 hours in this kit. It's gone together so well. I got a couple of little.
That's a curbside kit too, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, most of the Tamiya Porsches are. I mean, they've got the engine detail on the bottom, but you can't open the top.
Right.
They got pretty decent interior detail in the system. Like I said, the suspension detail is pretty damn good. It's a lot of pieces here.
Yeah.
Exhaust was a nightmare on this thing. You have to cross them over and kind of fit them together before you put them in. That took a little work last night. This piece crosses over and under that, and this one crosses under and over. And then they both have to plug into the engine. So their underneath detail is pretty good. I don't know why they don't make one that you can open up and see the engine. But
yeah, I think what they did is they spent all their money on the detail, the quality detail of the all that rear end area that you got where the engine goes, and then on the inside, and that's where they put all their money into the detail and to make sure that the body looks correct.
Which is funny. I mean, the wheels are so big they cover up half the suspension. By the time you got it together, you can't really see anything.
Yeah, yep. Unless you actually pick it up and look at the bottom.
Yeah, but in fact, I have another one of theirs. I did the GT2, and I've been to a couple of contests where I know one contest I lost to a car I shouldn't have lost to, but they're like, "Well, he's got all the engine detail." And I said, "Well, this one didn't come with an engine, but I had to show my." I think the next time I take this car to a contest, I'm going to mount it on a mirror because I did. So, this is their GT2 road version, and
it's a nice paint job. That's awesome.
This is one of my first airbrush paint jobs. I think I got more lucky on this than anything. But anyway, you can see through the grill. You can see the intercoolers for the turbo, but that's it. Yeah. So they're like, well, we can't see the engine, but if you look underneath, it's actually got quite a bit of detail, and I painted it all out too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's like the show is underneath. This is one of my favorite kits. I built 2 of these 2 different ways, and I got 2 more in a stash. There's a company in Germany that sells all kinds of conversion parts for them. But that's
one thing I've never built a Porsche.
I tell you what, this was the first one I ever did, and I've been absolutely hooked on them since. I have like 17 of them in the stash. I built 2 of these. I got 2 more in the stash. This is the only one I have of this, but I just finished an 88 turbo, and I've got another one I'm going to do because you can do them in different ways. But I absolutely love this kit. It's got a full roll cage in it. It's pretty sweet.
Like I've been wanting to. Every time I see it, I'm like, man, I should get that kit. Is that Jägermeister? Porsche.
I got that one too. That's
kit by Tamiya.
And Revell makes. Here, I'll show you. Revell makes a different. So the Jägermeister is a 934. They call it. This one here, you can still get this, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one.
I got this off a guy that he kind of started it, and then he was using I can't remember which Zero Pays or something. He melted the body, so it's got a brand new body in it. It was kind of started with barely, but so you got this one, and then Revell makes a 934 with the Martini scheme. This one actually has an engine in it. That's
the Revell Germany one, right?
Yeah. This one you can still get pretty reasonably priced. Oh, here you go. You can see that this one has full detail.
Oh yeah, okay.
We're doing a Porsche group build, another group of guys, and one of the guys building one of these, and he said it looks great. It goes together great. I don't know. I got hooked on. When I got back into modeling, I just got hooked on Porsches for some reason. And then I'd be like, man, I really like Porsches, and I just kept. I've got
Yeah.
so many different ones.
I got a upstairs. I got a Tamiya kit, and it's a Skyline GTR. I forget what the.
Oh, nice.
It's a race car. It's not a the street car that I've been
This is
wanting.
that blue
I've been
one I
wanting to
showed
build
you?
that.
This is
What's
that
that?
blue one I showed. This is the blue one I showed you. This.
Oh yeah.
I highly recommend if you're thinking about building a Porsche, build this kit. It's amazing. It's just an awesome kit, and you get. I mean, there's so many different paint jobs, and you can get different spoilers for it, and there's just so much stuff out there. But I mean, it's just an amazing kit to put together.
Yeah, of course. I grew up with my dad and my uncle at the drag strip, so of course the the 60s, 50s, 60s muscle cars. I love them.
I've got It's funny. My whole stash, probably 50% of it is muscle cars. Probably 30% of it is Porsches. Most of what I have is muscle cars. I kind of got into some of the Porsches and a little bit into Ferraris, a little bit. But most of what I got is muscle cars. In fact, I've got a stack of 68, 69 Camaros, and just they're calling my name.
Oh yeah. And of course, Chevrolet, big Chevrolet guy. I got all kinds of Chevrolet models.
Do you have the Revell 62 Impala 3-in-1? That's
that one I don't have.
That is an amazing kit. I built that one and I gave it to my father-in-law I did it as a replica of his dad's car. And man, it was one of those ones that just it fit like a Japanese kit. The fit was amazing, but I took it to one contest out in California. I went to a contest at the NHRA Museum in Pomona, Spirit of Speed.
Okay.
And it took a first in factory stock, which is shocked me because that's the only car I've ever done factory stock. I always modify something.
Yeah, I came across a couple videos on YouTube of the I think it was 1981 or 82 Winter Nationals, and I was like, I was at this race. That's when I lived out. We lived out there from 79 until 84.
Oh man, I don't miss all the politics of BS out there, but I really miss Southern California a lot.
Oh, I had such a good time there. But then again, I was a teenager in high school, and my first car was a '67 Chevelle.
Nice. I
was 20 miles from Zuma Beach. Well, if it was that far.
Yeah, here's the 62. In fact, I was looking at all the drag cars museum. When I came back, everything was cleared out, but it won a pretty nice first place plaque.
That's nice.
And then my father-in-law came and picked it up, and as last I saw of it. I actually got a couple of cars that have won contests that I had built for somebody else as a gift, and it's like, oh, I don't really want to give it back. So I did buy another one that I am going to customize, but it's a fairly new tooling from Revell, and the thing fits together amazing. Kind of like you get spoiled with these Tamiya kits where it's rare to get a Tamiya kit that doesn't fit like a puzzle piece.
Right.
And I know, there's some people that don't mind, getting all the warpage out and blah, blah, but I'd rather focus on my paint skills and clean assembly and stuff than fixing flaws in a kit, in my opinion. I mean, it's always fun when you can fix the flaws in a kit, but that's not the kind of work I like to do, if I can help it.
Yeah, that it sometimes that it like frustrates me because I'll be working on a kit and then there'll be a flaw in a kit and I'll like no, I'll put it in the box and then it'll stay there forever until I decide maybe I'll try fixing that again. Maybe I got a little more patience.
I've had a couple that one of the ones that really pissed me off was at 56. Was it the Del Rey? And I use an alclad copper on the roof and I detailed out the engine. And I mean, I spent a fortune between wheels and aftermarket and paint. I probably had $40 into the paint job alone. Got the whole thing done to put it together and it won't sit right. The body is warped one way, the frame's warped the other way. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, geez.
I put it back in the box and after about 8 months, I just threw it out. I was like, this thing is just so effed.
Yeah. I think I did that with that.
It was giving me
that AMT that AMT Nova. I think I did the same thing with that. That's that one that's got the fenders that aren't attached to the body.
Yeah, that's the they released there's the something old cranky. What is it? And they also released it off of Jesus. I got to go to Scalemates. The Beverly Hills Cop one. It's the same kit.
Yeah. Yep.
I started
that one kind of frustrated me and I think I glued the fenders on and I couldn't get the grill to go in right. I put it back in the box and I eventually threw it away.
Yeah, there was no alignment pins on the fenders. I don't know if I still have it up there or not, but then I turned around and bought the Revell one and it was beautiful. In fact, that's another one I built for a friend and gave it away because he drove one under the Air Force. I made a replica of it. And then...
what's that?
Raspberry or strawberry cheesecake?
No, thanks. I'm good.
That was another kit that turned out so good that I went and...
okay.
I went and bought another one for myself. Yeah, there's the 66 Pro Street, the Nova SS, the old Pro. That's it.
Yep, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that kit, that kit is based off of the Beverly Hills Cop one. In fact, I think it's a rebox of the same one. I don't know if you use Scalemates or not, but I love Scalemates because you can go see the whole lineage of a kit. Have you ever used that site?
Yeah. No, I haven't actually.
Oh man, I love it.
I always forget. I hear people talk about it and then I forget about it.
Oh, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I'll do that a lot. You know, people talk about a kit and stuff, and
I'll
hear about Scalemates and check that out, and I'll forget.
Yeah, it's just a big database. It's cool too because it's kind of user curated. So you find a kit like you were talking about this kit, right?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
So
that kit right there.
Yeah, you go to that kit, and that tells you that came out in 2018 with that box art, and then you see it's a rebox of the.
In fact, the one that was on the screen there, original. That's the box art I had too.
Yeah. This is the one I had too, and I was pretty disappointed. But you can see all the branches of that kit, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like where it started, back in the day, and like that. What is that? The 62. This. Oh my God, I forgot here. The 62 Impala I was talking about. Right here. This kit is amazing. This is a great building kit.
Oh, is that the Foose one? The Foose
no,
kit?
It looks
no,
like
the 3-in-1. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like a Foose kit, but it's not. This looks like a Foose design.
It sure does. That's why I
I,
asked.
I thought it was like a Foose version, but you can do this stock or a stock car, but it'll show you again. So that was crap. That was new. It had new parts added in 2020, new decals in 11. The new parts was a lot of new parts, and then it's a branch off to the 64, so they must use a lot of the same. Actually, I think this is an error. I think somebody screwed that up. I've had to go and correct I've had to go correct a couple things, and then what happened there?
Bad gateway.
Well, that's not good. Huh. Try logging in from here. Oh, the site must be down. Oh, that sucks. You can have your you can manage all your stash, what you got in work, what you got for sale. And
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna pull up my stash real quick, but it's not working. That is strange. Let me try logging in without sharing here. See if that. No, their site must be down. Anyway, it's a pretty cool site. So every time I get a new kit, I go right to ScaleMates and add it to my stash. That way I don't have to go digging through boxes. I can search it and list it. If I start it, you can go and change the status to started, finished, gift, sold, whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a great way to manage your stash. And then I've started going in and putting the prices I paid. I told my wife's like, if you ever die, I'm getting rid of all that. I'm like, I'm putting prices on this stuff. Don't give any of that away. I've seen too many widows taken advantage of.
Yeah. So if I die, don't let anybody rip you off. This is what they're worth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a few things. I mean, I've got, I don't have a lot of special kits, but I do have a few that are worth some money.
Yeah, like I got one of the Johann Socks and Martin kits. I got one of those.
I don't know. I don't know why the Johann kits are priced so high. I mean, I've never been particularly impressed with them.
No, I mean,
quality wise,
that kit I got, there's not a lot to it, because first of all, it's a race car, and you can't build it as a stock.
I had a buddy that paid a fortune off somebody for the Johann, was it Superbird? He started together, and he's like, "This thing is terrible. It fits. Nothing fits right. It doesn't look right." He ended up getting rid of it. He built it like halfway and he got rid of it. There's a model or a hobby shop out in Northridge, California. Smith's Brothers, really nice shop. There was a guy. They told me he was a Ford executive. He passed away and left, like, his wife came in the store one day and said she had like 3,500 kits. Would they be interested? And this guy had multiple. I mean, he had like 10, 20 of the same kit. Oh, nice. I have seen that one before. That's pretty sweet. Walking in, so they had so many kits. The guy told me they were having to get them in boxes, and she had like 50 boxes. So they would stock floor to ceiling, and then once they made room, they'd go buy some more pick up some more from her. But I walked into that shop, and it was looked like going into like Walmart back in the 80s or any department store, just floor to ceiling kits. And she knew he must have told her what they were worth, because they told me they paid a pretty good penny, and he had a ton. I mean, he must have had 100 Johann kits. And this hobby shop wanted like 150 for every one of them. I told them, you guys are nuts. But people are in it because of that brand has got some kind of, I don't know, Provenance.
Yeah, I mean this is a pretty basic kit. But the detail in the engine is not that bad. It's
Nice.
I mean I'll have to clean up some flash on this damn thing when I go to build it, but it's not that bad.
So your channel's called Cars and Guitars. Do you play guitar?
I do.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I've been playing drums for 30. Hey, Jesus. I got to do the math now. 38 years now I've been playing.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I have 6 guitars, 4 electric and 2 acoustic.
Nice.
One of the acoustics I got is a 12-string.
Oh, nice. What do you like to play? What's your favorite bands?
Oh, well, I've always been a rocker, so.
Yeah.
It's like somebody asked me who my favorite guitarist was since I play guitar, and I was like, well, a lot of people say Eddie Van Halen or Jimmy Page, but my favorite was always Randy Rhoads.
Oh, yeah. He was, it's just like with drums, like, who's your favorite drummer? It's like, well, it depends. What style of music,
Exactly.
People are like, well, Neil Peart, the drummer from Rush. Freaking
yeah.
But if you've seen him play jazz, that's Buddy Rich's territory, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
yeah, exactly. Like you want to talk about blues, you look at B.B. King.
Yep.
Guitar player.
I got to see B.B. King at B.B. King.
Prince was an awesome guitar player.
Underrated, man. I don't think that guy ever got credit for how good he was.
Hi, Marcy. How are you?
Our skills.
I didn't see you pop in there. The correct answer is Randy.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good drummers. Like I said, it depends on, for me, what the genre is. Man, there's so many good. Some of the drummers I like playing bands.
One of my favorite drummers is actually the Nico McBrain from Iron Maiden.
Yep.
Awesome drummer.
Man, he's getting up there in age. He didn't pass away recently, right? He's getting close though.
No, he did. He did suffer a small stroke last year or the year before. So he has now retired from touring with the band live.
Yeah, and he's got, what is he, like 80 now? 70 something? He's up there.
Yeah, they're all in their 70s.
I saw a drum video. Drumeo is a pretty cool channel on YouTube. They had Phil Collins on there recently, and he had brought with him the kit that they did In the Air Tonight with. But man, Phil Collins just looks, he's so frail and old now. It's so sad to see. And of course, the drummer from Rush died almost 5 years ago now.
Yeah.
It's sad to see the good ones going, man. They are not being replaced, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
But yeah,
the electronic age, right?
Yeah, it's the age of crap is what I think. It's not a lot of it's coming out anymore.
Well,
I for about 6 months now, I've been teaching drum lessons at a little music academy, and I came this close to doing it for a living. I got a full scholarship to Berklee School of Music in Boston when I was in high school, and for music production and it was going to be for jazz, but I decided to go in the Air Force instead. Anyway, I go and so I'm teaching these kids, and I ask them like, hey, what kind of music listen to? Nothing Who's your favorite drummer? Who's your favorite? I don't know. Like, why are you even playing an instrument if you don't know what you like?
Yeah, I mean that was one of those things when I was younger and I first heard Crazy Train. I was like, someday I am going to learn how to play that, and I did.
What's funny is, so I try to expose my student, depending on what level they are, to all kinds of stuff. And one of the favorite songs some of the students like to play is War Pigs.
Yeah.
So I'll start them out on the, you may not know, but Faith No More covered it in early 90s, I think it was.
Did they? I didn't know they did. No.
The first album, they did a really amazing cover of it. And the guys, they're loving it. It was a lot heavier. It was, the drummer they had was amazing. But and I said, okay, now we're going to go back to the original. And they liked that one just as much,
Yeah, yeah.
And so I have fun kind of exposing them to, new music and old music, and just
you definitely have to have your timing down to play that song.
Yep. And that's kind of what I learned to play on. I started playing drums in '87. I was 11 years old, and my parents got me a drum set when I was in the 8th grade. So it'd have been like '89, I think. And all I had to learn to was my dad's CD collection, which CDs were pretty new back then too. But classics, man. I learned how to play my drums to Zeppelin and Black Sabbath, all the, you name it back then. If they were 60s and 70s, that's what I was learning to play.
Yep.
I spent a lot of time learning Led Zeppelin songs, and just still play the stuff today. Still play it. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then you get into stuff like Stevie Ray Vaughan, where it's amazing to play the drums too, and the guitar player is amazing. And my dad was at Stevie's last concert the night he died. We grew up in Wisconsin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had drove down to that. God, I don't even remember what city it was. I was pretty young when it. I think I was still in junior high. He's the one that got me into Stevie Ray Vaughan. He had drove down and watched the concert. It was done at a ski resort. I think it was fall, if I remember right. And
I don't remember when he died. I remember hearing it. I was like, man, that really sucks.
Well, it happened. Of course, we didn't have internet back then. We saw it on the news, but they were still driving back from the concert. And we had to tell him when he got back, and he actually teared up. I mean, it hit him pretty hard. It was August. I remember it was fall. Alpine Valley, East Troy area. It was East Troy, Wisconsin. That was a bit of a drive from our house. And the helicopter took off, flew right in the side of the right in the side of the ski hill, right by the not far from the stage. So that was like I'd like to say that was like almost a 6-hour drive for them to get back from that. And they didn't hear about it until they got back. We're like, we didn't know it, if it happened during before the concert or whatever, and they thought we were messing with him. Him and my uncle got back. We're like, Stevie Ray Vaughan died. They're like, we just saw him. That was crazy.
We just saw him like a half hour ago.
Yeah, it was nuts. But yeah, that was pretty senseless. Man, what a loss of a legend.
Yeah. That's the same thing with Randy Rhoads. He went up in that damn plane with that bus driver. I don't know why he did that. He wanted to get some pictures of the tour bus from the air for his mom. To show his mom. And then I don't know what the hell that guy was thinking. Started buzzing the bus and, clipped the bus that Ozzy was sleeping on and crashed the plane into the garage.
Oh, I didn't know that had happened. I gotta look that up. There's been a lot lot of famous musicians. That I remember John Denver. I was living in Northern California. John Denver died. That was another when he had one of those, what was it, the Rutan Easy something. He had a really hot little airplane, and they had modified it for him, some of the fuel tanks, and to switch the fuel tanks, the knob to switch the fuel tanks was over his left shoulder, and what they think happened was they said in his harness he had trouble reaching that thing, but they think what happened is he was pushing down with his foot to reach back and get it, and they think he stomped the rudder full hard over.
Oh.
Because he basically just put it in the water just right offshore.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't realize. You don't need a lot of input into those flight controls for that thing to move.
Nope.
If you need full deflection of any of those flight controls, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, and those are really only that much throw is really needed at really slow speeds too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Prince dying hit me. That was pretty shocked. I got some history there too, because I was born in Superior, Wisconsin, was Superior and Duluth are right next to each other, and I lived in Minneapolis for some years when I worked at Omni. I actually got my AMP license from a DE that was in Lake Minnetonka. He lived just a few miles from where Prince lived. He managed a water runway there, and yeah, you'd see Prince every once in a while out and about Minneapolis area. He always stayed pretty close to home. That one hit pretty hard too.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah. That one was unexpected. Yeah, in fact, Marcy there doesn't live too far away from where I got my AMP license.
Yeah.
In Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Oh, up in Yip, huh? Did you ever work for Coletta? Did you ever work for Coletta?
No, I did not. Coletta's a shyster. I won't work for him.
I got a call. I got a call from a guy who's he worked for a consulting firm that worked with us for about 10 years. I got to be really good friends with him, and he got hired up there to be DOM, and then they decided they made him a director of their process improvement because that's really where he shines,
Yeah.
He called me up last fall. He's like, "Hey, I just vacated the DOM position. You want it?" And I was like, "Man, you couldn't pay me enough to move to Yip." No, no how. After those 3 winters in Minneapolis, it's never again.
Well, Ypsilanti's not bad. It's that one they got up in the
Oscoda.
In the northern part of the lower Oscoda. That's where it is, Oscoda.
And I actually
Ypsilanti's not that bad because they do fly in. I think they do have
I think
some stuff
Oscoda
there in Ypsilanti.
That, and I was like, no, it's just too effing cold up there. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up on Lake Superior, and it's a different living in it and working indoors than working outdoors.
Yeah.
Those 3 years in Minneapolis, I was like, never again. Because I got pretty spoiled. I mean, when I started in the Air Force, my tech school was in Biloxi, Mississippi. Right on, that was my first winter not seeing snow in my life. And I remember calling my mom. My family still is up in Duluth, Superior, up north. And I remember calling my mom going, I don't think I'm ever coming home in the winter again. Pretty much stuck to that over the last 30 years. And then my first
Marcy, I remember. I remember Michigan weather. I've seen it snow at the end of April, almost into May.
June 5th, we got snow in Ashland. That's where I ended up near Superior, where I ended up spending about half my childhood. I'll never forget it was snowing in June. But went from Biloxi. My first duty station was Travis, Northern California, and then my first civilian job was back in Mobile. And then I went to Omni. And then I went to Gemini for a little bit, and Gemini had me all over. They had me in Toledo first in the wintertime, and they actually pulled me out of there because I didn't I had to turn all my winter gear back in when I left Omni, so I didn't have any winter gear. So they sent me, of all places, to Miami, and I was like, "You can leave me here the rest of my life." So they bounced me between LA and Miami a couple of times, and I ended up staying in Miami. That's where I met my wife, and then I came to my current employer. Had to move to Memphis, but I mean, even there, the winters are pretty mild. So I mostly live where it doesn't snow in the winter, and I prefer that. In fact, we actually got quite a bit of snow here this winter, and my wife's from Puerto Rico, and we're both like, "Oh, I'm ready to go back to LA." So I moved. We were in Memphis 17 years, and then I went out to LA in 2020 for a promotion 2 weeks before the COVID lockdown started. And we were out there 4.5 years, and we just moved to Indy last day of May last year. Probably be here.
Yeah, I flew out to San Diego to get my daughter's car because her ex-husband was in the Marines and they lived, in San Diego. And she was moving from San Diego to South Carolina to live with her mother. And, she had 2 kids, and she's like, I'm not driving this car across country with 2 kids that were under 5. I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. She's like, I'll fly back if you drive my car across country.
Oh.
I'm like, all right. So I flew out there. That was March of 2000. Is that when COVID? That's about when COVID started, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or 2020. I'm sorry.
March 15th in 2020. Right around there.
Yep. And so I drove. I'm like, I'm going to go through Vegas because I had never been to Vegas. And I was like, so I looked at the map and I was like, man, that takes me all the way up to LA to get on the freeway to go to Vegas, right? So I was like, I might as well drive to Agora Hills to where I used to live.
Oh, yeah.
And then, so I did that. I drove up to Agora Hills, and it was the first time I had been there since '84.
Wow. Oh, it's changed a bit.
Didn't recognize a thing. Yeah, I mean, I could pick out the old houses that we lived in while we were there.
You can't afford
and then, then from there, I'm like, I'm going to the beach. I don't care how cold it is at the beach. I'm going. And so I drove down to Zuma Beach, and it was actually nice on the beach. I was like surprised. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And because it had been long enough that there was no, it didn't take me any time at all to drive from San Diego to Los Angeles because there was no traffic on the road.
Yeah.
Right. So as I was going towards Zuma Beach down Canyon Dune Road, I could see out into the ocean.
My motorcycle on that road.
Yeah, I could see out into the ocean. I could actually see Catalina Island again.
Yeah, I tell you, that's one thing that changed a lot. I was in California from '94 to '98, and then I came back. With the exception of one business trip to Oakland, from '98 to 2020, I hadn't been in California. And the biggest thing I noticed, like downtown LA, is the smog is pretty much gone. When I was there in the '90s, you probably saw it too in the '80s. You just had that orange-black smog that used to hang around downtown.
Oh yeah,
It's pretty much gone these days. It's funny you mentioned those roads because my wife used to get her hair done by a lady in Agora Hills, but I had a couple of friends that I rode motorcycle with out there, and we used to hit Calabasas and take Topanga Canyon down to Malibu, have lunch, and then come back up around on was it Canyon Dune? What's the name of the? Yeah, there's Canyon Dune.
Yeah, there's Canyon Dune, and Mulholland Drive is out that way too.
Mulholland, where the snake
is. A part of Mulholland. Yeah,
that was closed the whole time I was out there because there was a fire in 2017 or 18, and they were repairing the roads. And that you could still go to the rock store if you took the long way around, but the snake was closed the whole time I was out there. But I rode my neighbor. I lived up in Santa Clarita. My neighbor, 78 years old, him and his riding buddy, he said that 60 years they'd been riding Southern California roads. So I would go with them. They knew Cannon doing all up there, follow him around. They knew all the best roads everywhere off the top of their head.
Yeah.
That's been kind of the letdown. My wife has hardly driven since we got here. It's so flat here. And man, once you've been riding up in the mountains, it's just not the same.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It was like, when I lived out there, I was a teenager when I was out there. First car was a 67 Chevelle. I used to race BMX bikes, and we'd get on Ventura Freeway, drive into the valley, go to the bike track on Friday nights.
God, I still miss all that. I miss all that. There's just so much to do there. Whatever you're into, there's something to do up there.
Oh,
my oldest son, and it's kind of funny because my oldest son was born at Travis, but my ex and I split up when he was young, and he pretty much grew up in Minnesota, where she's from. And he really hadn't been in California since he was about 3 years old. So he got stationed. He's in the Navy. He got stationed in San Diego like 6 or 8 months before we got out there. And he's just like me. He got there and he's like, I don't ever want to leave San Diego. And he did everything he could to stay. When his shore duty was up, he went to into the reserve, so he didn't have to move. And now he's back on active duty, and he just got stationed on a carrier. And I think he's going to have to go out. He's going to spend a good chunk of next year out to sea. But he's like, he just loves San Diego. He doesn't want to leave. Like, I don't blame you.
And it's like my daughter loved it out there too. She was like, I don't want to ever leave here. She goes, the only thing that sucks is the cost of living.
Yeah, that and the politics.
Like, yeah.
That and the politics.
I knew that already.
We stopped watching the TV and the news, and then we enjoyed the hell out of it. But yeah, it is so ungodly expensive. It's the only, well, I won't say the only thing, but probably the best thing about moving here is that I'm a homeowner again instead of a renter. In fact, with all the fires out there, I probably would have got kicked out of that house. It unbelievably expensive out there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like I remember
because the demand.
I remember my dad and I, one year we were out on the damn roof, because we had the cedar shake shingles on the roof, and we were out there, hosing down the roof so that the house wouldn't catch on fire.
Yeah, the first house I rented when I got out there was gorgeous. It was up in the San Gabriel's, up in the hills a little ways, and the owners were renting it out. The guy was a retired UPS captain, and they were renting it out because 2017, the big fire that was around there, nobody wanted to buy the house, because of the fire risk.
Right.
And then I was interested in it, although it was way too big of a house for the, my son was just his first year in high school when we moved out there, and it was like 5,000 square foot house. I did not need that once he was gone. But the scenery was beautiful. The house on the side of the mountain, it was just gorgeous. And I was in there 10 months and we're like, yeah, we're going to sell the house now. 1.3 million we'll give you first dibs. So I was like, good Lord. And no, it was 1.68. They thought they were cutting me a deal. And I was like, this house ain't going to sell in this market. It sold in a week for 135. I was like, good Lord.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when my dad passed away 2014, and like 2011, 2012, something like that. Him and I were talking about, the different houses that we lived out there in California. And the last one we lived in was the one that he actually bought while we were out there. And he had looked it up to see what it was worth. And it was actually, somebody had it up for sale for $2 million.
Wow.
My dad was like, "Damn, if I'd have known that,
Yeah.
I'd have held on to it and rented it out all this time."
And that's,
sold it for a
that's
couple
one of
mil.
the things that's driving the housing cost too, is the Prop 13, where the property taxes don't reset if you keep the house in the family. So a lot of people won't sell their houses. We had one of our mechanics in Burbank retire a couple years ago. Him and his wife got a house in Thousand Oaks they bought in the 70s, and they also got her dad's house that he willed to them when he passed away. They won't sell either one of them. And the only way it seems like people can afford to retire in that state and stay there is if they already had a house, you know. But
In fact, the bike shop that I used to get all my bike parts from was in Thousand Oaks. That's right there next door to Agora Hills.
We looked in Thousand Oaks, and we just couldn't afford it. And ultimately, we ended up in Santa Clarita, which is exactly 40-mile drive to work. Because we had 2 dogs, so that limits your renting options. And my son was starting high school, so he went to a really good high school out there in Santa Clarita. So fortunately, my wife and I started riding motorcycles 3 years before we got out there, so I got really good at lane splitting. And that was probably the best thing about California, was being able to travel between, or filter through the cars. So my commute every morning was an hour on the motorcycle, just weaving between cars. I got 30, while I was out there, I had 30,000 miles on my motorcycles commuting in 4.5 years. Almost all of it in bumper to bumper traffic on the 405. But yeah, it's too bad. And what sucks too, so the region I have is the western half of the U.S. So I have like Denver all the way to Hawaii and San Diego to Anchorage, and LAX is one of my stations. So I still talk. The other day I talked to one of my managers that he's in Ontario. He's like, "When you come out and visit?" I'm like, "God, I'm afraid if I go back out there, I'm not going to want to leave." It's just one of those things. Like, nobody wanted to go to California, so I agreed to go, and we just fell in love with it.
That's what I told my wife. I said, the only reason why we're not there now is because of the cost of living.
Yep. That's really the only reason. The only reason we're not there. My boss actually gave us he gave us a choice. He's like, because our hangar on LAX shut down a couple years ago. That's where I was working out of, and he's like, "You can stay in LA, or we'll move you to Memphis, or possibly Indy." And I sat my wife and my youngest son down. I was like, "What do you guys want to do?" They're like, they both want to leave LA. I was like, "All right, we'll go." We were supposed to go back to Memphis, and we ended up coming here. And man, when the snow hit in December, we got like 9 inches of snow one week. And we're all out shoveling out the driveway and stuff. And I said, "I don't want to hear it. You guys voted for this. Get shoveling." But it's all right. I like Indy. It's a nice area. It's just,
in fact, one of the guys that I was in the army with over in Germany used to live up there, pretty close to the airport. So I used to go visit him all the time up there, because it was, it's only a 2-hour drive. I'd drive up there, take my guitar and an amp and go up and visit him, because he, got into playing guitar too. So drive up there on, Saturday morning, stay the night, and we'd sit there and drink beer and play guitar all day.
I tried guitar for a little bit when I was younger. It's just, I don't know what it is. Drums was, some people can sit down on a piano and they can just play it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how drums were for me. Other instruments, not even close. I tried guitar, and I could play a couple things. I could read tabs, and I don't know. It never clicked with me. I got on a drum set, and it was like, this makes sense, So I gave up my feeble attempts at guitar years ago. And the same thing. Like I always want to learn how to play piano, and I should have learned how to play piano. I can play scales and things like that, but it just didn't click with me. My hands did not cooperate. The way they could on a drum set. So I got a couple of drum workshop kits that are pretty fancy, and I haven't found a band since I've been here. Well, that was one of the cool things I got to do out in LA is I got involved with a couple of bands out there. I got to play the Whiskey. I got to play a few gigs on Sunset Strip.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I didn't even know that was a bucket list thing until I did it. Playing the Whiskey was like, I didn't even know this is something I always wanted to do until I'm up in the green room, before we go on stage. And you see all the autographs on the wall of some of my rock heroes. It's like, oh my god, I'm about to take the same stage as Guns N' Roses and Motley Crue. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he had Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Rat, Wasp, all them bands were out.
I got to meet Bobby. What the hell was his last name? I got to meet the drummer from Rat when I was there. He was playing with one of the bands.
Oh, was he?
That was the cool thing about being in LA too, was all the celebrity sightings and musicians, and man, you couldn't go anywhere without running into people. That was pretty cool. In fact, a lot of famous people used to go to the hobby shop there, Burbank's House of Hobbies. And I saw Jimmy Kimmel one night. They had, what the hell's his name? I got to look him up here. Guillermo del Toro. So I knew of him. I knew a lot of his movies. Did not know what he looked like. And he's on Jimmy Kimmel because he just won like his third Oscar. And Jimmy puts up this picture of him at the hobby shop, which I had seen circulating around the week prior, because people were asking like, where was this picture taken? I said, oh, that's Burbank. Anyway, he goes in there on like a Sunday. He's got Steven Spielberg with him, and who's the guy that did all the Transformer movies? Little short guy.
Oh, yeah, I can't think of his name.
Not Michael Bay.
Michael Wahlberg?
It was a start. J.J. Abrams, who you couldn't even recognize, but it was him, J.J. Abrams, and Steven Spielberg all in their shop, and they're all modelers. And anyway, he tells a story, and I told him, I was like, holy shit, this is the guy I talk to. I see him at least once a month at the hobby shop on the weekends in there shopping. I didn't know who he was. I talked paints and all kinds of stuff with him because he paints figures. I've talked to him a million times and I didn't know who he was. And then unfortunately, because that picture got out on social media without any courtesy permission requests, so the owner of the shop told me none of those guys shop there anymore. In fact, got to meet the guy. He was in the Iron Man movies. He did a lot of Star Wars stuff too. Jon Favreau. Got to meet him a couple months before I moved. He was in there. We're like, oh, hey, we've never seen you in here before. Yeah, he's in there shopping for the other guys because they won't go there anymore. And then I just missed meeting Jay Leno. He was in the shop. He was in the shop not long after I moved. I had waved and kind of talked to Jay at a red light a couple times because his Jay Leno's garage is right there at the airport. And
oh yeah,
it was rare if you were in Burbank to not.
I was going to say he's got. Doesn't he have his own like museum where he keeps all them cars he owns?
You know what it is they don't really show wide angles on his YouTube channel. But what he did is he bought out a little office park. It's literally the fence behind his buildings is the airport property, and he bought out this little office park, and it basically just boarded up. So if you look at it, it looks like there's doors and windows. It looks like a bunch of shops that have gone out of business. And then he knocked out all the walls, and he's made 2 gigantic warehouses out of these buildings. And he's on a little horseshoe-shaped drive when you go in there. There's just burnout marks everywhere on that street. And that little little service sign with the arrow, you can see that's how you know you're there. But he's always driving around Burbank in weird cars. One day one day I saw him out. I knew he wasn't filming because he wasn't wearing his blue shirt. He was wearing like a red flannel shirt. And like, hey, Jay, he was at a stop sign next to me. Hey, what's going on? He's driving. I had to look it up. A Lamborghini Espada. It was ugly as hell. I saw it, but I'd never seen it. It looked like a station wagon or something. But yeah, you'd see.
It's like he's got that. I seen on TV. He's got that one steam powered car. I seen him.
Yep.
They had him driving around. And
I never got to see any of the real crazy ones, but every once in a while, every time I saw him out there, he was driving something different. And then I got to meet some YouTube famous car people. In fact, I never fanboyed on somebody, but we switched over to electric cars when I was out there when gas got to $8 a gallon. And I was at a Tesla car meet with my wife, and this guy shows up. I walked right up. I'm like, hey, you're the dude from Vehicle Virgins. I couldn't remember his name. He's like, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Parker. I'm like, yeah, sorry, that's your name. I was like, I've been watching your videos for years. You just come out to a party. And I don't know. That was one of the cool things about being out there was all the celebrity sightings. You never knew who you were going to run into.
oh yeah, yeah.
But you don't really get that any, like, I'll see people coming by in Lamborghinis, like, they pay for one of the sports teams, but I don't know any of the teams here.
Yeah.
I didn't even know we had a WNBA team that with Caitlin Clark. That ironically, that's somebody I'd like to go see play. She's freaking amazing. But
I was going to say, you got what? Indianapolis Colts.
Me and my oldest son went to a Colts game December 22nd. I remember they were still in the playoff hunt at the time. It was like the second to last week of the season. And I had an NFL game forever. The Colts Lucas Oil Stadium looks like a shack from the outside. It's an absolute gorgeous stadium. Because it was late in the season, there was all kinds of resale tickets. We got tickets 50-yard line, 13th row. So, it was amazing.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, it was so good. But yeah, I've been there. I got the airport invited me to the Indy 500 last year. They had tickets for me, but we weren't. We were actually on the road the day of the race, still moving here. I might go this year just to go. Everybody at work says, yeah, the crowds are not worth it. But I might go. I might go to experience it.
Yeah, one year my dad took a road trip with one of his friends and went to the Brickyard 400. I think that was like the second year that it was there. And he said it sucked to go there to see a race because you can only see, one straightaway. That's it. Because the track is so big.
Yeah, you get used to seeing it. I'm kind of like that with sports too. I like seeing it on TV where I can see all the details and see what's going on. Although that football game we went to, we were so damn close. You could hear the coaches talking to the guys, And then there's something I hadn't experienced since my Al Bundy football days in high school was late in the game, there was a pileup right in the field in front of us, and all I hear is the blood-curdling screams, and one of the linemen got his knee folded or something. And I was like, kind of looking at my son, I'm like, man, that's a little too close for comfort. I don't want to hear, someone in excruciating pain. You don't get that on TV.
No,
And I was like, "Ooh, that was just a little too much." This guy was wailing.
Well, Dan, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All right, man. It's nice to meet you. We'll see you around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. I'll be here doing this every Wednesday. So, because my schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I work 13-hour shifts, and I'm off the rest of the week.
You got the UPS style schedules. Nice. I always wanted those when I was a mechanic in Minneapolis. The UPS guys had those.
Yeah. No, the only thing that sucks is I got to work on the weekend.
Yeah, that's one.
But I never go anywhere or do anything, so.
It
works out.
One of these days we got to talk shop offline.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll have to do that.
You have a good night. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, I'll be on the Saturday. I'm pretty sure on Brian's.
Yeah, well, Saturday by the time I get home from work, I usually pop in and say hello and kind of see what's going on, and then go take a shower and go to bed.
Actually, I'm off all week next week. My wife's out of the country, so I'll probably see you next Wednesday.
Okay.
All right, man.
Yeah, Marcy, if you're still there, I'll see you later. Dan, if you're still there, I'll see you later. Everybody in the chat, thanks for stopping in, and I'll be in here again next Wednesday, 7 o'clock.
See you.
All right. We'll see you.